I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, March 29th, 2022. The time is 12:31 in the afternoon, and this hearing is being conducted virtually. It is accessible live via the Chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. I had to pause there for a moment because there's so many addresses going through my mind these days. www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. The hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. The subject of today's hearing is consideration of the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 23, as well as, if it's relevant, the mayor's proposed changes to the current year budget. That's called the revised FY22 budget. But for these agencies that are under the Committee of the Whole, Office on Zoning, followed by the Office of Budget and Planning, which is within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, followed by the University of the District of Columbia, followed by the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Our agenda order, besides being in the order of agencies I just mentioned, is that we will hear from any non-government witnesses first and then from government witnesses. This is the, I believe, fourth of 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this budget season on the proposed budget. Tomorrow we will have a hearing on education agencies and the mayor's proposed budget for them. That's DCPS, OSSI, Deputy Mayor for Education, Public Charter School Board, State Board of Education. We will be hearing only the government witnesses. We heard from public witnesses yesterday. The Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on April 8th on all of the measures, legislative measures that the mayor has submitted. That would be the revised budgets for fiscal year 2022, the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023, the Federal Portion Request Act for 2023, and the Budget Support Act. That will be April 8th. Witnesses who wish to testify have to go to the Committee of the Whole website and sign up to testify. There's several steps to that. We expect there'll be a lot of witnesses on the 8th, so testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. With that, we will welcome Spencer Baylog with Casey Trees to talk about the Office of Zoning, and then we'll hear from Sarah Barton. Good afternoon, Mr. Baylog.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Spencer Baylog, and I'm the conservation planner at Casey Trees. Our mission at Casey Trees is to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. To accomplish this, we plant trees, advocate for stronger tree and green space protections, and educate the public on the benefits of trees. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments on the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of Zoning. Trees have a place in every new development. Having a healthy and expansive tree canopy benefits communities through beautification, ecosystem services such as stormwater management, and heat island cooling, as well as climate resiliency. Recently, land use surveys have shown that the district's tree canopy coverage decreased by 1% between 2015 and 2020, a loss of roughly 400 acres of trees. Land conservation is a large part of how we secure canopy coverage, largely through canopy enhancement and new development projects and conservation easements. We rely on the Office of Zoning to ensure that development plans are accurate and serve to benefit communities across the district. Developments are an opportunity to enhance a site, and we believe that including natural resources to the greatest extent possible greatly improves the quality of life for residents and serves to make DC more sustainable and resilient. We're glad to see that the FY 2023 budget for the Office of Zoning has been increased. We hope that these increases will serve to improve your ability to facilitate redevelopment with focuses on community engagement and sustainability. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Baylog.
Yes, it's Baylog. Thank you.
Thank you. So really the thrust of your testimony is to emphasize that in the zoning process, there should be more attention given to the tree canopy.
Yes, sir.
You might pass it to Mark Buscano. I would like to sit down with him at some point and go over how our tree canopy. We have this tree preservation law that I don't think is working. And the fact that you're saying that the tree canopy coverage decreased by 1% suggests that we're not doing this right. I think the Tree Protection Act has become more about collecting money and making the process a bit onerous than in actually trying to preserve trees. And so I would like to sit down at some point, might have to be after budget, but to have a conversation with you folks at KC Trees about this.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to that conversation, and thank you for your receptivity toward these comments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. I'm going to hear from Sarah Barden now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Barden, as you are coming on, is there an agency fiscal officer who you might want also let in?
Yes, that is Cassandra Fields.
Thank you. When you're ready, why don't you begin?
Okay, I will. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. I'm very glad to be here with you today to testify about our budget for fiscal year 2023. With me today are Chairman Anthony Hood of the Zoning Commission and ACFO, Cassandra Fields. As I mentioned when I came before the City Council in February, I am honored to work with and lead this great team of diligent, hardworking individuals who devote themselves tirelessly to serving the public, the zoning commissioners, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment members. We believe that our goals for the next fiscal year will be well supported by the mayor's proposed budget of $4,142,436 in local funding, which includes an increase in $34,000 in personnel services to cover the projected costs of PS and fringe benefits, and a one-time allotment of $250,000 for the build out and furnishing of office space within OZ's suite for its legal division. Funding also includes $192,390 in capital funding for OZ's technological systems, including the continued development of racial equity GIS tools. With the approval of this budget, OZ will continue to do its best to strive to achieve results for the residents of the District of Columbia. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mayor Bowser and to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the entire City Council for your ongoing support for the Office of Zoning. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill for their unfaltering support of the office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. And lastly, I would again like to thank the staff of the Office of Zoning for their continued outstanding contribution and for keeping up with the many technological changes we are making to improve delivery of service, especially during these times. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Give me just a second, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Barden. Before I forget, we are tentatively we are looking at April 25th for confirmation hearings for Mr. Hood and Ms. John. My staff has been beating me up on an almost daily basis to get the hearing date. And we think that's the day we've landed on. Be probably in the afternoon. And I know Mr. Hood is here, so he's hearing this. If you could pass that on. We will send a letter with questions and otherwise let you know formally that we have that date. Your budget is going up, according to the budget book, 6%, 6.7%, from 3.88 million to 4.142 million. That's primarily or almost entirely with regard to office space?
Almost entirely. There's 34,000 in PS.
And the office spaces to accommodate the new attorneys that
Correct.
we pushed you to get, or we pushed to get, or somebody pushed to get. So that's the payback for more attorneys. And I meant that lightly, in response to our performance fee hearing questions, you included an October 31st, 2019 enhancement request for additional attorneys. Have you submitted an additional enhancement request since that time, including for this budget?
I don't believe so. No, I think that's it. That's it.
Okay, so you didn't have any enhancement requests for the current, for FY23?
Oh, I'm sorry. Other than the 250,000 for the additional for the build out of the space.
Could you send us a copy of that?
Yes, sure.
I have a question on comprehensive plan. A number of individuals have emailed the committee calling on a halt to all zoning cases until the racial equity tool is completed. The Office of Planning mentioned last week when we had their budget hearing that a racial equity component has been added to OP staff reports. I'm assuming that's correct. You can tell me if that's not. We touched on this at your performance hearing, but can you tell us the status of applying the racial equity tool to zoning cases?
Back in, I believe it was July, Chairman Hood requested that the Office of Planning include a section within their report looking at the projects through the racial equity lens. In addition to that, I know that we are in the works of submitting a text amendment that would also require the applicant to submit that information as well. The racial equity tool that we're building would just be to supplement that and to have census data and other information. But I believe the information is really coming from the Office of Planning. So yes, it has been being used since fall of last year.
Is the BZA going to do anything with regard to a racial equity tool?
We're still talking about that. I'll have to get back to you.
Well, I think it's worth pursuing BZA. When I say worth pursuing, maybe reaching out to an organization like GARE. And I can't offhand tell you what GARE stands for. They do a lot of work in this space regarding racial equity tools, because there may be some aspects of BZA cases where an equity analysis would be appropriate.
Right.
I'm thinking off the cuff here, but maybe statistically way the BZA responds to affluent homeowners in Ward 3 is different than the way they do to more moderate income homeowners in Ward 8. I'm only saying that. I don't know that that's correct. So please, nobody assume that I'm correct in that. But looking at what the outcomes are, there might be something there. there might be some perspectives that the GARE or another organization could give you that would be useful for the BZA. I agree, it's obvious with them as with the zoning commission.
I'd also like to add that we have 3 employees that are going to be participating in a 9-month cohort on racial equity that I believe will also help us use a racial equity lens in what we do.
Let me also, though, push back on the zoning commission. I think that it isn't enough if the applicant, who might be a bit self-serving, does offers an analysis and the OP will only have their perspective. I think there ought to be some process where the zoning commission itself in its deliberation is looking at equity impact.
And that is, I think, going to be part of what is addressed in the next session that we have with ORE. We're trying to develop that second training to be more specific to land use than our previous training has been.
Sure. Because, I mean, I would just add what I've come to realize with regard to a racial equity lens is that oftentimes it's very subtle, and therefore, if it's not actually brought to one's attention, they don't think that maybe there are perspectives that we're not seeing. So the let me see. Let me move on to a couple other questions. Thank you for that answer, though. Do you have any vacancies right now?
No, we do not.
And is for your budget next year, and this may be for the AFO, is there any salary lapse that was taken out?
I believe it was 0.4. I don't know. Cassandra, do you have a better answer than mine?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Salary lapse was about $6,000.
You said it was about 6,000. And what percent is that?
Just a moment. That would be 0.5%.
And that's 5% of what? Line CSG, I don't remember those CSG lines, 14, 15?
14, CSG 14.
Well, that's the fringe. Salary lapse is 0.5% of lines 11, 13.
CSG 14, yes.
Am I not correct that CSG 14 is fringe benefits? You wouldn't take salary lapse against that.
Right, it would be in CSG 11, I'm sorry.
CSG 11.
Yes.
What is the fringe rate?
The fringe rate for FY23 is 21%.
Is that higher or lower than 22?
It is actually lower than 22. And FY22 was 21.4%.
21.4?
Yes.
Ms. Barden, thank you for that. Ms. Barden, the budget for the office space, are all of your issues with office space resolved? Is that enough money? Do you have the right space? Do you have everything you need?
Yes, I believe we met with DGS, and this seems to be the correct amount for what we would like to do. And if everything works out, yes, it'll be perfect.
Okay, and you're so you're happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I have any other questions. Hold on. I do not have any other questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Barton. Thank you, Ms. Fields. Thank you, Chairman Hood, even though I didn't ask any questions. And if there's anything else we need, we'll let you know. And we will also let Mr. Hood know, and I think that means you as well, Ms. Barton, when we have the hearing scheduled, but it looks like it'll be the 25th.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day. I'm going to turn to the next agency, which is the Office of Budget and Planning. We have one witness, and that's Eric Kennedy.
Chairman, I think I joined the wrong one.
I can hear you.
Eric Kennedy. This is Eric Kennedy.
I can't see. Oh, now I see you.
Okay. Did I join the right one?
What do you mean, did you join the right one? Don't you want to talk to me?
I always want to talk to you. It gave me two selections, panelists or something else, but I think I'm okay because you can see me and I can start if you're ready.
Yeah, you better be okay because we need to work with you on a $19 billion budget.
Got it. Covered. All covered.
That means, because I'm going to be looking for a couple $100 million. That means you've got it?
That means that we're going to help you look for whatever it is you need.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Remember what Mr. DeWitt used to say, what, you now work for me?
That's right.
I think actually you work for the CFO, but
Well, I'm here to support you always, but it's my turn now to help you move this budget forward.
so why don't we begin with your statement?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Eric Kennedy, Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the Office of Budget and Planning and the Office of Chief Financial Officer. I am here today to testify in support of OBP's FY 2023 budget requests. With me today is James Spalding, Associate Deputy CFO. I will cover the following areas in my remarks: OBP's fiscal year 2023 budget request, fiscal year 2022 accomplishments to date, and fiscal year 2023 key program initiatives. The FY 2023 operating budget request for OBP is 6.57 million and 42 FTEs, which represents a net increase of about 59,000 and a decrease of 3 FTEs from the FY 2022 approved budget of 6.598 million and 45 FTEs. In addition, from the OCFO's budget for the district's recovery program, or DRP, OBP will receive 4 FTEs and 254,000 to continue our work on monitoring and reporting Arpa dollars. These positions are currently in OBP, but are budgeted in DRP in the FY 2023 to be consistent with how the mayor's budgeted all Arpa dollars and agencies in the FY 2023 budget. In total, this means OBP will operate with 6.911 million and 46 FTEs, an increase of 313,000 and 1 FTE compared to FY 2022. I will now discuss some of our recent accomplishments and our plans for the remainder of the FY 2022 and for FY 2023. During the FY 2023 budget formulation process, OBP collaborated with the Mayor's Office of Budget and Performance Management, agency program staff, and OCFO financial staff to produce several key budget products, which I will briefly review. The current service funding level. As a part of the FY 2023 budget development, we created the CSFL and published it on December 21st, 2021. This document provides an analysis of the cost of operating district agencies in FY 2023 for local funds only, before consideration of any new policy decisions beyond the FY 2022 budget. Mayor's FY 2023 proposed budget request. OBP worked with the mayoral, city administrator, and agency program and financial staffs on the mayor's proposed FY 2023 budget preparation through March 16th. A balanced FY 2023 proposed budget and financial plan was submitted to the council and posted on the internet. We look forward to collaborating with the council and its staff on the consensus budget. Interagency budgets. As the OCFO begins the transition to the new financial system, the district's integrated financial system, we manage the transition from intra-district budget to the new interagency budget process in the FY 2023 budget. Instead of duplicated budget in the agency providing services or seller agency, known as intra-district budget, the new interagency process enables the seller agency to finance the services by directly charging interagency projects funded by the agency receiving the services or buyer agencies. OBP has significantly improved the transparency of the interagency process by introducing 2 new reports in the proposed FY 2023 budget. The Table 7 report is included in the budget chapter of each agency that is a buyer and or seller in an interagency project and whose budget reflects the impact of funding full-time equivalents that are employed by other agencies. Specifically, this report details the number of budgeted interagency FTEs included in a buyer's agency budget that are employed by other agencies and the number of interagency FTEs that are employed by the agency as a seller but are budgeted in other buyer agencies' budgets. The Appendix J report provides detailed information regarding the proposed funding and FTEs budgeted for FY 2023 interagency projects by buyer and seller agency. These reports are positive, tangible outcomes of the new system that have provided new insights into the interagency process. Automated financial plan. We continue to use the automated financial plan with support of the Office of the Chief Information Officer throughout the mayor's budget formulation process. This enables us to keep the financial plan current with each new budget policy proposal so we could see the out-year impact of the proposals. We were able to provide assistance to the mayor's staff on financial plan issues early in the budget process, and we look forward to providing the same assistance to your staff as council proceeds with its consideration of the budget. OBP continues to closely monitor agency spending through the financial review process, also known as the FRP process. We have revamped the FRP process to ensure that all FRP submissions are in compliance with the current law and that they accurately reflect budget versus expenditures. Detailed FR reports are due to my office on a quarterly basis, and agencies are required to provide monthly FRP reports at a summary level or at a detailed level in the event of a substantial change from the previous FRP. This ensures that the agencies identify on a regular basis spending pressures and other important financial matters. OBP continues to manage the spending pressure task force by working closely with the OCFO cluster and OBPM teams to vet and quickly identify potential gap closing solutions for potential spending pressures. In addition, we continue to make current year and comparative historical data available to the public through CFO Info, the web-based tool that allows public users to explore budget data, as well as posting more than 50 reports we issue each year on the CFO's website. Finally, we continue to use JIRA software to track reprogrammings from the initial agency submission through the Mayor's Office of Public Policy and Legislative Affairs and OBPM to OBP approvals and submission to council when required. We have also expanded our use of JIRA to include Arpa funds allocations, as well as O-type and inter-district budget modification requests to allow agency financial staff the ability to track the real-time status of their requests at various stages in the OBP approval process. This functionality has provided better visibility into our processes and enables us to produce our quarterly reprogramming reports in a more efficient manner. As with the operating budget, OBP collaborated with the mayor's budget staff, agency program staff, and OCFO financial staff to develop the mayor's FY 2023 through FY 2028 capital budget requests. We also work closely with the Office of Finance and Treasury on multiple debt model scenarios to ensure that the district stays within the 12% debt cap throughout the 6-year capital improvement plan, incorporating revenue certification, and have been revised because of the pandemic. During the FY 2023 through FY 2028 CIP formulation, my office collaborated with the mayor's OBPM on the following. The investment review boards. During this budget formulation cycle, OBPM continued use of investment review boards, relying on the 3 boards to review all agency capital budget requests. The facilities projects investment review board is composed of individuals with strong facility, construction, and planning backgrounds and experience. The information technology investment review board consists of members with IT background and experience, and the fleet and infrastructure review board is composed of individuals with strong transportation, fleet, and planning backgrounds and experience.
Mr.
OBP
Kennedy,
participated.
if I can interrupt,
Yes, sir.
the investment review boards do.
So over all of each board, each board.
Yeah, do they ask that the agency come and explain their capital project, or do they do a little bit of analysis to determine whether the project is costed correctly? Do they change the executive and say, this is too little or too much? What do they do?
So these boards examine whichever board they're involved with, IT board or the facilities project board or the fleet infrastructure board. They take a look at some of the requests. They do make recommendations. They review every capital budget request to vet them, and they do make recommendations.
The recommendations,
So,
is force behind the recommendations?
I'm sorry, sir, say that one more time.
Is there any force behind the recommendations?
I can't answer that. I can't say that. I would simply say that they review the budgets and they make recommendations, but these are policy related matters. So these recommendations would go to the executive, and sometimes the agencies come to the board they come to the board to answer additional questions. Sometimes the board will ask an agency person to come in, and if they need some clarifying information, they'll ask the agency to come in and they'll ask questions, and they'll do so based on the mayor's priorities.
You said these are policy. What was policy? What the
So these boards
board
will
looks-
look at the budget requests, which are all policy related. Every capital budget request, we consider it a policy related request. So the CFO is not part of that request. And so the agencies will request a budget. The boards will look at every capital budget request. They will make some recommendations. Occasionally, they will ask members of the agency who made the request to come in to answer questions that maybe they need some clarifying answers to some of the things that they're reviewing because they don't either understand it or they want additional information. They do look at the mayor's priorities, but in their recommendations, I believe, are predicated on the mayor's priorities.
So I'm still not clear. Are they then looking at the dollars since
They're looking at the dollars, the project itself, where does it fit in terms of the mayor's priorities, the likelihood of the success of the project. I think they're looking at all of those things.
So the mayor says, I want to put a 5-story addition on the Wilson building. and that's going to cost $500 million. The Investment Review Board doesn't look at whether it's smart to put a 5-story addition on the Wilson building, but does look at whether it will cost $500 million.
I would assume they do, sir, but I can't really answer that question. Our role in that whole process is eligibility. We look at it our participation on these boards is strictly to tell the board members, the agency staffs, whether the things they want to do are actually capital eligible. And so that's our role is very well defined. So we don't necessarily get into all of the other things that you're asking.
Okay. Including looking at whether the dollar amount is reasonable.
I would answer that to the extent that the funding is available and is capital eligible. No, we don't.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, sir. No problem. Capital Asset Replacement Scheduling System, or CARS. The Capital Asset Replacement Scheduling System, or CARS, was utilized during the capital budget formulation for the mayor's proposed budget for the evaluation of facilities and for the replacement schedules for fleet vehicles across the district, as well as scoring of capital projects. CARS currently contains 100% of the district-owned assets, totaling more than 316,000 individual assets. Furthermore, furthering its expanded role, CARS is being utilized to assess the viability of including medium and heavy-duty alternative energy vehicles in the district's overall fleet portfolio, as well as embarking on a long-term project to evaluate the cost of long-term capital needs, including restoration and repair of 35 separate housing complexes owned by DCHA, which include over 6,400 individual family units. The result of the physical needs assessment of all 35 complexes have been uploaded into CARS. The Capital Improvement Program continues to provide detailed information to the Council's budget office staff during budget formulation as well as during execution. OBP has already begun working with the Council's budget office on the FY 2023 through FY 2028 CIP formulation. We report on capital project spending issues that are inconsistent with spending plans to the Board of Review for Anti-Deficiency Violations. We also produce various reports which are posted on the CFO website, including capital budget reprogramming activity, quarterly capital budget spending, and on the district's Department of Transportation's reconciliation and reallocation efforts. We work with the Office of Financial Operations and Systems, or OPIS, on fiscal year end closing and transfers that occur between the operating and the capital budgets. Also, we continue to make capital project data available to the public by agency and by ward on the CFO info website, as well as via the Tableau reporting platform. These are some of our FY 2023 key program initiatives. Our central goal is to continue to improve OBP's performance. OBP's major operational goals for FY 2023 are as follows. Incorporate lessons learned from the FY 2023 budget development process into the FY 2024 budget development process. Continue to improve the FRP process and to manage the spending pressure task force to foster cooperation and collaboration between the OCFO and OBPM in order to identify potential spending pressures early and develop gap closing plans that tap all resources available to the district. Expand our use of JIRA software to review and approve contingency reserve allocations, furthering the coordination of our work with OBPM and with the OCFO cluster staff. Continue to make improvements in the capital improvements program with further analysis of the operating budget effects from completed capital projects and monitoring of capital fund balances. Continue to provide leadership and subject matter expertise for the OCFO's implementation of the district's new accounting and budget systems. the district's integrated financial system, which is scheduled to begin with budget execution for FY 2023. Continue to lead the support and use of the Capital Assets Replacement Scheduling System, or CARS, which is part of the OCFO's 5-year strategic plan and enables the OCFO to meet legislative requirements regarding the creation of the long-range capital financial plan and provide quality support to the Board of Review for Anti-Deficiency Act violations by continuing to report potential violations in both operating and capital funds. In conclusion, we look forward to working collaboratively with the council during the development of the district's FY 2023 consensus budget. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. There are two subtitles in the Budget Support Act. One is District Integrated Financial System. What's the purpose of that?
What is the purpose of it being in the subtitles?
What's the intent behind this subtitle?
I honestly am not sure, Mr. Chairman. Jim, do you know? Other than maybe this is the piece where I think, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, I think maybe this has to do with the fact that the interagency project, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right. Is this the language that says because interdistrict no longer exists in the budget, the references in the code to interdistrict have to be changed to interagency? Is that the title, Mr. Chairman?
The subtitle, the title of it is, if that was what you're asking, is District Integrated Financial System Implementation Amendment Act of 2022. It's like as agency financial officer to agency fiscal officer, and then striking the phrase intra-district transfer.
Okay.
Because there will be no interdistrict in the FY. Sorry, Eric, go ahead.
No, that's it, Mr. Chairman. It's representing the change from interdistrict to interagency.
The code refers to interdistrict in certain places, and since that won't exist in the 23 budget, this is to change those references to interagency, which will exist.
It also repeals the Purchase Card Program Budgeting Act of 2017.
There's no purchase card agency. Was that what established the paper agency for purchase cards?
That is correct. So that agency, because of the new interagency transaction where you eliminate the double count, you no longer need the P card agency.
Okay, and then there's another subtitle, Reprogramming of Arpa Funds.
Sorry, sir, say that again.
There's another subtitle called Reprogramming of Arpa Funds.
Yes, so that is designed to, there's a request to have the council, I believe, expand the way ARPA funds are currently receive budget authority, that they could do reallocations under certain circumstances versus having to submit reprogrammings. There's also, and this may be part of that subtitle, where this permits council to review reprograms related to interdistrict and interagencies in the same manager. So when we go to the interagency transactions, there should be language there clarifying that you would be reviewing those reprogrammings for interagencies exactly the way you would have if it was an intradistrict. And yes, again, to reiterate, yeah, that's it.
So there would be council review for reprogrammings with regard to the intradistrict, which is no longer called intradistrict? Or there would be council review?
In the, whatever the current process is, that process wouldn't change for the interagency transactions with regard to reprogramming.
The language here is provided further that for an provided further that for an interagency project, the term reprogramming means a budget modification of $500,000 or more for purposes other than those originally authorized, results in an offsetting reallocation of budget authority
So
to another program.
I misspoke. I should have said yes. So the council will be reviewing those transactions. Currently, you don't review inter-district transactions, but with the interagency, you will be reviewing those transactions.
Well, it says for purposes other than those originally authorized.
Right, so that's the basic tenet of the reprogramming. Once you change the purpose, then, and some other things are in play, then you would do a reprogramming. But the purpose, changing the purpose is one of the things.
Okay, so I'm pretty poor at coming up with metaphors or examples off the cuff, but DPW has, we put $500,000 in DPW's budget for vehicle maintenance. Actually, put that in the EOM budget for vehicle maintenance, but DPW does vehicle maintenance. So the mayor is going to send the money from her office over to DPW for vehicle maintenance. That wouldn't come to us as a reprogramming.
Well, so that would depend. I'm gonna change the scenario a little bit. So the money is in the buyer's agency, the buyer being, and you gotta help me, Jim, because I always get this confused, being, let's say it's the mayor's agency. So under those circumstances, to the extent that that transaction continues to, the purpose of that transaction doesn't change, then it would not be a reprogram. But if the mayor made the decision to send that money to another agency for a different purpose, or even to DPW for a different purpose, then that would come to you as a reprogramming. And I want to point out that the thresholds with regard to interagency transactions don't change upwards. I think it's 499,000, 499, 999,000, everything above that cumulative.
So I think you restated what I said, but I was trying to state it so that I was clear. So if mayor has in her budget, her own EOM budget, vehicle maintenance, sends that money over to DPW for vehicle maintenance, same vehicles, that would not be a reprogramming with this line.
Yes, it would not be. Not getting into the mechanics, because the mechanics would be a little different. It would have to be an interagency project already established, and that would have to be upfront, and or you would have to establish that interagency project. And again, didn't want to really get into the mechanics, but the money would stay in the mayor's agency. It wouldn't go to DPW, unlike in the past where it would have transferred to DPW.
Okay.
Right.
But and the language for reprogramming means modification for more for purposes. The language other than those originally authorized is specific enough, because that's kind of language that strikes me as a little broad.
I actually think, and I don't know this, we would have to talk to our legal counsel, but I think that's the language I'm accustomed to seeing when these types of changes are made. But again, I'd have to talk to our legal counsel. But we did review it, so I think we believe it's sufficient. But of course, we would be willing to work with the council's lawyers to ensure that it's sufficient.
And your testimony is that this is the same thing with the ARPA funds.
The ARPA funds are would allow us to, if you were to move forward the ARPA funds, it would be predicated on purpose. So to the extent you don't change the purpose, then the reprogramming would not be required. Slightly different, I think, maybe.
And one example is the source of ARPA funds. So as you know, the federal dollars can be used in some cases for local revenue replacement. If it's not an expenditure that ends up qualifying for a federal purpose. So the change of the classification from federal dollars to local dollars, if the purpose of the project is as was approved, but the source of funding changes from federal to local, that would not require a reprogramming. Again, if the purpose of the dollars changes, it goes to a different project, it would have to be reprogrammed.
So changing the funding source would not be a reprogram.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if I understand correctly, with this budget, all the ARPA dollars have been moved into a separate agency program code. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then the funds would come out of that program code for whatever the agency use was.
That's correct.
And as long as the use is consistent, and you think that language is tight enough, then it wouldn't be a reprogram.
We believe so. But of course, again, more than willing to work with your legal counsel if they have questions or concerns, or even to explore your concern further. But we think it's.
Well, I'm thinking, for example, I don't remember if it's contingency draws, but one of the reserve funds has to be for one time and unforeseen.
Yes.
And I
That's
remember
contingency.
years ago, a draw was made on that fund for replacing super cans across the city. Was that emergency? Was that unforeseen? Those are terms that can be construed differently than perhaps they were originally meant.
Okay.
So consistent with the purposes for which the funds were appropriated,
Yes.
make me a little nervous. Give me just a second here. To go back to the District Integrated Financial System subtitle, that was the first one with the interagency.
Okay.
So the current law says offsetting reallocation of budget authority from one category to another category. And the revised language or the new language would be from one program to another program. Doesn't category have a different meaning than program?
Category
So-
programming law, I think, is program and comp source group and or comp source group. So in standard reprogramming, if an agency moves from a personal services comp source group to a non-personal services, even in the same program, is considered reprogramming.
So this would have the new language, which uses the word program is more limited than the
Yes,
old language, which is category.
yes.
Just a moment. As you're aware, there was a last minute recalculation of available revenues for the mayor to include in her budget, which had an impact on the debt cap, which then had an effect on the CIP and the local budget. Can you explain in more detail the original error that led to the need for the mayor to make the last minute changes?
Well, I would say that during the development of the financial plan, there are multiple iterations. And in this particular case, one of those iterations included, I believe this is what you're asking, one of those iterations included some expenditure data that that simply shouldn't have been there, and it exacerbated initially it made the debt cap, it made the getting to the debt cap seem more achievable. Once we scrubbed the data and one of our next multiple iterations, we determined that some of that data shouldn't have been in there, and that in fact the debt cap, again, as it could be through multiple iterations of the financial plan, was not satisfied. The threshold was broken in certain years. But again, from my perspective, one, I hope that at least began to answer your question, but I would add that when we put together the financial plan, part of the reason we always say that we have to have a certain amount of time, because these things, when you're, as you know, Mr. Chairman, you've been doing this longer than I have, or at least as long as I have. As you well know, when you're dealing with large sums of money and very complicated mathematical equations and budgets, you're going to have multiple iterations. It's all part of the process, and you're going to have ups and downs. But if you have sufficient time, normally you can get through the process and address any issues you have on either side of that process and produce a budget, and not necessarily consider those things errors. You consider them just part of the process.
Well, I don't recall it happening I don't recall it ever happening before.
Yep.
The inclusion of some expenditures or the exclusion of some revenues? No, it'd be expenditures.
So part of,
Is he,
go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say, is inclusion of expenditures in the denominator of the 12% ratio. So if expenditure base is too high, it would seem that you have more room in your numerator to have more debt service and allowed. So it was an overestimate of expenditures. And so with the focus on the local budget, we didn't have accurate numbers for special purpose revenue and dedicated taxes, but because the debt cap is based on general fund expenditures, we needed to right size the dedicated tax and SPR components to get the denominator correct, which gave the better read for how much debt capacity was in the numerator.
And I think it's important to note this, Mr. Chairman, and you are aware of this, but I think to fully answer your question, it's neither fortunate or unfortunate that we can't get to that numerator calculation, denominator calculation, until we are done, until we get a general fund plan. So sometimes what happens, again, if you're under certain timelines and you're focused on, and you kind of have to focus on local, and if you're focused on local, and then at that moment when you're done, then you focus on general fund. But now you have even less time. And so the iterations that you expect to go through, you kind of have to condense them into a very short time frame. And so again, I don't really see those things as errors. I see it as part of the process, which is iterative. And what changes it from being an error to just an iterative process is if you are operating within the time frame that you believe you need to get it done correctly, and yet it still comes out incorrect, that's an error. If you have to condense your time frame significantly, then it is the result of changing your process, where your process requires you have a certain amount of time.
Yeah, but the change in the expenditures was a result of the miscalculation regarding the, why did I just blank? The surplus, the waterfall from the surplus last year.
No, sir. That had nothing to do with this.
The waterfall takes the surplus and distributes it to like the reserve funds.
That issue had been addressed way before this came about.
Well, I thought that there was the Wednesday, if the budget was supposed to come to us on the 16th, then on the 9th was when the executive learned that the waterfall was inaccurate and the surplus that could go to Housing Production Trust Fund was wrong.
Yeah, I don't really know the timing of it. I can only say that the debt cap issue that you're referring to was related to a calculation that we did in OBP of that included inflated dedicated tax numbers that had nothing to do with that. If that occurred on the 9th, it had nothing to do with that. And we didn't realize it until after we got to a place where we started running general fund, which was once we started local, and we ran general fund. And then during a discussion, we all discovered that the dedicated tax number was too high, and therefore making the debt cap, making it appear as if we were in the debt cap. And so again, that is all part of this iterative process, but it had nothing to do with that surplus.
Okay, but the issue of time is unavoidable. The earliest that we will be able to give you our revisions to the budget will be Friday before our Tuesday vote. If we're voting May 10th, that would be 9th, 8th, 7th. The earliest we'll be able to give you our revisions will be the 7th.
Right. And so again, this, I don't anticipate this being an issue going forward. One of the things that we've done is we've decided to add more coverage with more resources to this, to our process, so that, and not to get too mechanical about this, but so that we're able to do both the general fund and the local at the same time.
Why did it take so long to update the budget chapters for the council? We were supposed to get them on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Get the last until Friday.
Yes, sir. So our process is a very grueling process. I think there's always room for improvement, and we strive to do that every year. And I think we've gotten better every year. But the reality is, when you give us data, it's not as simple as, and I know you know this, I don't want to imply you don't, because you've been doing this, like I said, for a very long time, and you've been very successful at it. So when you give us data that has to go into our financial plan, the first thing we have to do is to vet the data. Now, sometimes that takes a long time, sometimes it takes not so long. The good news is, since we're just right now talking about the council, it's not as if you drop the data on us and we're hearing about it for the first time. So there's this constant collaboration about the data. But when we get it, we still have to vet it. So now we start vetting it and everything seems okay. Then we have to put the data into our budget system. Now, that's the way you would do it in any budget system. Any budget system, you would have to do it that way, or at least someone would have to enter the data. So you get the data in. Now you have to run the data through the financial plan, which is part of that budget module. Once you get it through the financial plan and you verify that the numbers entered match what's in the financial plan, and those decisions that you've made, we verify that the decisions you made are what we actually entered, then and only then can we begin to update the chapters. And when we're writing the chapters, we're writing the chapters based on the descriptions that you give us, which are very good descriptions. But we also have to make sure that they're exactly what you want them to say. because at the end of the day, those decisions are the will of the council, not OBPs. And so
Sure,
we
but-
have to make sure that we say it the way that you want us to say it.
Sure, but the chapters were all written before Wednesday. The only thing that changed were a few
Well,
there.
not necessarily. The chapters, parts of, so for example, volume one cannot begin until we're done. There are a few little things you can do, but for the most part, volume one cannot begin, for the most part, until we're done, until the numbers stop
But
moving.
Mr. Kennedy, I believe volume 1 was available on Wednesday.
Volume one was available because volume one is mostly numbers. A lot of the things that go into volume one, that's where we put all of our effort. But because we put all of our effort in volume one, then that impacts our ability to do the other volumes. So we did all night for 2 nights working on volume one. That's where we put all of our effort, volume one and volume 5. So that means we still have these other volumes. After we delivered those 2, then we had to work all night to do the next 2. And then volume 4, which is the largest volume, the most complex volume, we had to work all night again to get that to you on Friday. So it's for us, it's retooling, shifting our resources to meet these needs. And in order for us to get you what we think, all the volumes are extremely important. And we understand that. And I think our track record is superb when you consider what we've done in the past and in the current. But our goal is to always to be able to deliver volumes on time. But again, when we have to switch gears, and in order to get you at least volume 1, we have to put almost all of our resources on that volume. And we did that for 1 and 5.
But I don't know that I want to spend a whole lot more time on this, but
Yep.
half the agencies in volume 5, in fact, all the agencies in volume 5 were written before Wednesday. And
Well,
when the dollars had to change on Wednesday, they didn't change for every agency. And yet that was maybe not volume 5. Volume 4 was the last volume we got.
yes, sir. So when you make a
It's
change,
written.
yes, sir. When you make a change, and this I think is important. A lot of people get this, but don't get it. And I know you'll get it. When you make a change in any volume, it ripples through the financial plan, which potentially causes other kinds of changes. So every change you make in any of those volumes slows down something else, because now we've got to go back and redo the plan, and we've got to go back and vet everything that we thought we said we were going to do. We got to vet it again. So part of this is so that you do get a quality product. And we unfortunately, to the public, I know it looks like, well, you should already have this done and you should get this done. But believe me when I tell you, with all sincerity, I'm 15 years in Office of Budget and Planning, and I mean this with all sincerity. It is a very grueling and complicated process. And it just requires us to manage the expectations with respect to timing and have the resources when we get in trouble, meaning time-wise, to make up some lost time. But sometimes that's just not possible. So we have to stagger things a bit. And I wish, believe me, I wish that we had delivered all volumes to you on the 16th, but I did my best to be candid and upfront. The other piece here is there is a toll that it takes when you're working 24 hours a day for several days. That in itself gives me a lot of heartburn, because not only are we now prone to mistakes, but I then have staff who potentially may be adversely impacted by that type of work. And so, it's a lot to balance. I'm not saying that the other budget offices in the district don't work as hard. I'm only saying that in our budget office, we strive to give the best possible product and we strive to meet deadlines. And if we miss them, I can assure you it's because it wasn't attainable without making a great sacrifice. We can't sacrifice on the numbers. We got to be right. We cannot do that.
I need to interrupt. We've been almost an hour and I still have about 3-4 more questions.
Yes, sir.
So we had a hearing last week on the proposed budget for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection and the Department of Buildings.
Yes, sir.
Learned at the hearing was that the contracts and grants spreadsheet sent to us for the Department of Buildings shows 27 FTEs under CSG 50 being funded by ARPA dollars. The FTEs were not included in the budget chapter, however. Similarly, the contracts and grant spreadsheets for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection shows 6 additional FTEs under CSG 50, but the FTEs are not loaded in the budget chapter. Why weren't these FTEs loaded into the budget?
Sir, I believe my office worked with someone from your committee to answer that question, but it sounds like they didn't get a complete answer. I don't think
we know the why. I think we're trying to fix the dollars, but I don't know why.
I cannot answer that right now. So if I can get back to you, that would be great.
Okay, well, but then are you confident that the budget chapter is now before the council accurately reflect the mayor's proposal?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Are you confident that the budget chapter is now before the council accurately reflect the mayor's proposed budget?
Yes, sir. If there are things in the chapter that are in the wrong place, I don't think that in totality, if there are 1 or 2 agencies where we need to do there needs to be an errata, or we need to do a technical adjustment, because if the funding is there, but the FTEs aren't there, then we simply have to add the FTEs. But I don't know this issue well enough to say. I'm comfortable saying the totality of that budget represents the mayor's will, other than what she may submit as an errata.
Okay, well, my question isn't whether the totality of the budget meets the mayor's will. We have 60 agencies or 80. I don't have no idea how many budget chapters there are. How many are there?
80.
Close to 140.
140,
Okay.
but in terms of.
So we have 140 budget chapters, and
Yes.
last week I had a hearing on 2 of them, and each of them did not accurately reflect the FTEs. Now, I don't care about the totality of the budget, even the totality of the agency budget. I mean, I do care, but for purposes of this question, I don't care. It's not about the totality. It's about how, the council is the one who appropriates.
Yes.
It is the council. So when we vote on May 10th, we have to have this accurate, and the first 2 agencies, it's not accurate. And that's what I'm getting at when I ask if what we have accurately reflects what's proposed. So how do we fix this?
So let me answer that question this way. So every year, unfortunately, with a budget this size, we find things like an FTE missing or an FTE is in the wrong place. And we work with your office to do technical corrections. We're not moving dollars around. We're adding something that got left out in the process, but it was funded, but the FTE is not showing up. And that's a very good example of the things we ended up doing technical corrections. Now, I know we've already started pulling that together, and we will be providing that to your budget office shortly, as we've done in the past.
Okay.
And so,
Well, do the AFOs work for you? I don't think they do. I think they work for the different, deputy CFOs?
so they work for the different associate CFOs within the cluster, but we work with them because we're their central budget office.
Okay. Well, so at the hearing last week, I don't think it was the AFO, it was the director who volunteered that this would all get fixed when we get the mayor's errata letter. And as you know, we will get the mayor's errata letter probably around May 8th, maybe May 1st, almost certainly after the committees mark up. So we're not waiting for the mayor's errata letter. And besides, the errata letter in the last few years has been more about policy than it has actually fixing mistakes. So I can't wait for the AFO.
You don't have to. That's a separate, what the mayor does and what we do with respect to fixing technical parts of the budget they can be incorporated into the same thing for the mayor. But for us, what we're doing right now, right this minute, we're compiling, as we've done every year, we're working with the AFOs and we're putting together a list of items that require technical corrections. And you'll have that list shortly. We usually
Okay.
turn that list around within 2 weeks of the budget coming out. So that list always precedes the errata letter, because our goal, we go through the budget painstakingly now that we have a different amount of time. And while we're working with part of working with the council at this point is to identify technical corrections so that they do get incorporated in the district's budget. And so that's something that has been successful every year.
But have any of the budget chapters, agency budget chapters, been re-uploaded since last week?
No, sir. Once we've uploaded the chapters, let me say it a different way. So we have made no changes to the chapters since we gave them to you. Now, we did get budget books, and in getting budget books, we'd use a different version of the same chapter so that it's a better looking chapter. It's not like the regular PDF. We get it from the printer, but we do not make changes. And I made that promise to your budget director when we delivered the budget on the item 1 that we would not do that. And my budget books are the same as the PDFs online. Yes, sir.
I'm going to change the subject. The Board of Review of Anti-Deficiency Violations, is that convened under your office?
No, sir. When you say my office, you mean OBP?
Correct.
No, sir.
Is that the Chief of Staff?
Chief of Staff sits on the board, but it does not convene under the Chief of Staff.
Who convenes it?
All right, Jim.
I think it may be the chief of staff. It's under, and you mean the OCFO chief of staff, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman?
I thought she just sat on the board.
So
We can clarify for you who chairs.
Yeah,
the
we'll
board.
clarify, Mr.
okay.
Chairman.
So if I ask you questions about when it meets and stuff like that, that's really not you.
No, sir, it's not me.
Okay. At our hearing last week with the retirement board, it came to light that the other post-employment benefits, OPEB, and DCRB, the retirement board, report management fees differently. OPEB budgets its investment management fees as administrative costs, while the retirement board now doesn't budget its management fees. According to the retirement board, that is because they are netted out of any investment returns. When I asked OPEB, other post-employment benefits, about this distinction, the assistant treasurer testified that either way is an acceptable accounting standard. My question for you, because you compile the budget, is should we be budgeting by different accounting standards across different agencies? And more specifically, shouldn't we have consistency between the retirement board and OPEB?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar enough with this to give you a reasonably good answer. So I would like an opportunity to talk to the assistant treasurer and then follow up with you. But I don't have enough information, sir.
Okay, give me just a second here. Okay, so you will get back to me on that.
Right, and I just want to clarify the ask here. You simply want to know if I believe that there should be different accounting standards for.
Not really.
Okay.
When the public, which includes the council, looks at the budget, agencies should be treated uniformly. You don't do interagency transfers, to go back to an early conversation, with 4 agencies, 4 subordinate agencies, and intra-district with another 6 agencies. Everybody's treated the same. And the issue of management fees, which has risen to the spotlight with the retirement board, it turns out is treated differently for those retirement funds than OPEB, which is not exactly retirement funds, but is similar. OPEB is administered by the OCFO. As far as I can tell, is run pretty well. There have been ACFR concerns with regard to the retirement board and management fees. And it seems to me there ought to be consistency. And it would also be my impression that OBP, that's your office, or going up the chain, the CFO himself should be saying, hey, we're going to treat these things the same. When the public looks at the district's finances, or Wall Street looks at the district's finances, shouldn't it expect that the way we treat management fees in one place is the way we treat them in another place? Our accounting is pretty consistent, regardless of whether it's a subordinate agency or an enterprise agency or an independent agency or whatever, that we treat it all the same. And I would think that that uniformity would be required by your office. And if not your office, then by your boss's boss. And so that's really my question.
Okay.
You're the assistant treasurer, so you better understand this and then get back to us.
Okay, will do.
I have one other question concerning OPEB. For various agencies like the Retirement Board or the University of the District of Columbia, the budget chapter lists the entire budget, including FTEs. OPEB, however, and their budget chapter has no FTEs. They are OCFO FTEs. Why aren't we fixing that? Why aren't we accounting for OPEB's FTEs in OPEB rather than in OCFO?
I would assume because they're actually being paid out of OCFO.
No.
But I have to get back to you. I don't know.
They're being paid out of the funds of OPEB, just like the retirement board pays its FTEs out of the proceeds of its funds.
Yep, but I honestly, again, I don't know enough of the details here, so that'll have to be another item for me to look into and get back to you, if that works.
Yes. Give me just a second here. Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Spalding, I don't have any other questions for you. So you're going to get back to us with regard to, I believe it was those last 2 issues, which is budgeting of management fees by retirement board and the FTEs for OPEB.
Yes, sir.
That was a kind of an oversimplification the way I just summarized it, but
I get it. I understand it.
Yes.
I want to thank you, and the council does appreciate your collaborative work or approach as we work on the budget. So I want to thank you for that. So you are all excused, and I think I have to take a few minutes, sort of a break, and maybe I'll say a pause. We have some interpreters coming in for the University of the District of Columbia.
interpreters start speaking on their channel. I'll listen.
I would like the interpreters to speak. I believe we have two. So maybe in turn, and that's just so that we make sure that we can hear you. So I have interpretation 1, interpretation 2. How about number 1, sir?
Yes, the roll is good.
I didn't hear him say anything.
I can, because he's on the Spanish channel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so
All right, so Mr. Cash, who's with me, says he can hear you, so you're fine. How about interpretation number 2, ma'am?
yes.
All right, I'm being told that you can be heard. So,
for
thank you.
everyone coming into the UDC in a moment.
We're turning now to the University of the District of Columbia. There are some individuals who requested interpretive services. We have 2 interpreters. And if you need interpretation in Spanish, everybody should be in Zoom. At the bottom of the screen, on my screen, it's to the right side. At the bottom is a symbol that says interpretation. If you click on that, my understanding is that you are then able to get the interpretation. And I just clicked on it and you have a choice of English or Spanish, on or off. So click there and you will get the Spanish interpretation. We have 10 witnesses who wish to testify before we hear from the president of UDC. So I'm going to call all 10 of you in. Sia Barbara Camara, who's with the DC Early Learning Collaborative. Damaris Meja, who's owner of Acroris ABCD, and I apologize for mispronouncing. Garcia De Paula, who's a board advisor with the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Association. Antoine Kirby, who is with Kirby Educational Services. Patricia Brown, who's president and CEO of NCC. Christina Encinas, who's with the Multi-Spanish Speaking Association. Teresa Aspinwall, who's with the Multicultural Spanish Speaking Association. Alexander Berry, who's with the NAACP. Maria Lemus Berganza, who is an early childhood educator, and Angela McCrae. You'll each have 3 minutes. If you're in gallery view, you should be able to see the timer on the top left. And I have been known to exercise the clock. So we'll begin with Ms. Camara.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other committee members and staff of the City Council Committee of the Whole. I'm Sia Barbara Camara, a longtime Ward 4 resident, the Chief Strategy Officer for the DC Early Learning Collaborative, and actively engaged with the Under 3 DC Coalition. The coalition is seeking sustainable funding for the full implementation of the Birth to 3 legislation with fidelity. On behalf of the collaborative and the coalition, we thank you and your colleagues for your sustained commitment to high quality early care and education services, essential to the sustainability of district families, early learning, pre-K-12 education, workforce development, and the city's economy. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony during this FY23 budget hearing for the University of the District of Columbia. We are pleased to inform you that UDC did address the issues presented in our FY 2022 budget recommendations. For the FY 2023 budget, we make the following recommendations. UDC should design and implement an accelerated early childhood director's degree program with an administration concentration, online and in-person options, and at least bilingual staffing. For the record, you should know that the DC directors have a December 2022 deadline to attain a bachelor's degree. UDC should sponsor an early childhood faculty enhancement institute to increase faculty knowledge, skills, and dispositions focused on the science of child development for children birth to 5, the science of early language development, numeracy, and literacy, bilingual and multicultural instruction, NAYC position statements on the developmentally appropriate practice. 3, the council should increase annual funding of the Early Childhood Higher Education Initiative Scholarship Fund by $850,000 to cover the cost of the expanded demand for scholarship support due to increased degree requirements by OSSI and to expand faculty to meet these demands. Early childhood educators and community-based programs have a December 2023 deadline to attain the CDA credential or AA or BA degree. 4th, UDC should implement a plan to broadly market the credential, degree, and tuition assistance programs that they have for an early care and education community, and a mechanism and this will be a mechanism to attract new people to the profession. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Kamara. Damaris Mejia, is she here?
Damaris, sí, Damaris Mejía. Damaris, sí, buenas tardes, concejal Mendelssohn.
Please proceed.
Sí, estoy aquí representando un grupo de compañeras de la Universidad de UDC. Estamos agradecidas con usted por darnos la oportunidad de poder dar mi testimonio en este momento. Quiero dejarles saber que hemos tenido grandes avances académicos. Hemos aprovechado cada periodo que hemos tomado gracias a las maestras que nos han asignado para cada clase. Y pues para esto necesitamos el soporte de la universidad, porque lo que queremos en realidad es tener a alguien que nos represente en nuestro idioma. Actualmente la persona que nos está ayudando pues lo está haciendo muy bien, pero en el idioma inglés. Todo lo que recibimos lo estamos recibiendo en idioma inglés. Y sí nos gustaría que nos apoyaran dándonos el material y toda la información en español. Otra cosa que también quisiéramos es que el material de la clase lo pudiéramos recibir antes de empezar el periodo, porque lo estamos recibiendo al final, cuando casi ya hemos terminado. Estas son las cosas que nosotros estamos pidiendo, que por favor nos apoyen con una persona, un representante bilingüe. Muchísimas gracias, concejal, por darnos la oportunidad de podernos expresar ante usted nuestras necesidades. Gracias por su tiempo.
Give me just a second while I change my translation. Thank you. Next is Gracia Di Paula. Is she here? I don't see her. Antoine Kirby, is he here?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Greetings. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the University of the District of Columbia's fiscal year 23 budget. My name is Dr. Antoine Kirby, founder and CEO of Kirby Educational Services and educational chair of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. I am an educational professional with over 15 years of program management experience in teacher education preparation. Currently, I provide facilitation of advocacy and research for early child care educators access to teacher education preparation programs, high quality early child care education, credentialing, compensation, and licensing regulations. Previously, I chaired the Ward 4 Education Advisory Council under the leadership of Councilmember Brandon Todd, where I advised on legislation, policy initiatives, and programs. In my role on the Infant Toddler Associate Degree Program in collaboration with UDC Community College, I established a pre-college support program and teacher preparation research for early child care workers. The UDC should design and implement an accelerated early childhood director's degree program with an administration concentration, online and in-person options, and bilingual staffing for English and Spanish at minimum. In addition, UDC should sponsor an early childhood facility enhancement institute to increase faculty knowledge, skills, and dispositions, focusing on the science of child development for children birth to 5, the science of early language and literacy, bilingual and multicultural instruction. In addition, the council should increase annual funding of the Early Childhood Higher Education Initiative Scholarship Fund by $850,000 to cover the cost of the expanded demand for scholarship support due to the increased degree requirements by OSSE and to expand faculty to meet those demands. The NAACP advocates for education equity, Black excellence in education, and the continued support of our HBCUs through the continued investment in the University of the District of Columbia. UDC is an HBCU and a Center for Black Learning. Our HBCUs are critically important because they are a source of empowerment for the Black community. The NAACP commends the leadership of President Ronald Mason and supports the progress of UDC over the past 4 years. The NAACP is requesting a $23 million increase in capital investment funds to prioritize the renovations of 4250 Connecticut Avenue and the state-of-the-art Teaching and Learning Center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. I don't have a copy of your statement, which puts me in a little bit of a disadvantage if you could provide it.
My apologies, you'll have that within the hour.
Thank you. Patricia Brown? Is she here, Patricia Brown? Do not see her. Christina Encinas?
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Councilmember Mendelson, nice to see you again. My name is Maria Cristina Encinas, and I'm the board president of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. I'm a long-term resident of Ward 4 and work in education for more than 22 years in the city. My testimony today will focus on increasing UDC capacity to serve our Spanish-speaking providers that work in licensed early childhood centers in the city. We are also part of the DC Early Childhood Collaborative. Since 2019, the MSSPS has worked with UDC to launch and grow an innovative and pioneer program that serves as a model for the nation. MSSPS has helped more than 125 teachers enroll in a bilingual associate degree. We're working with an interest list of another 100 providers who are ready to join the program. We are excited about the possibility of helping DC teachers meet the new credentials requirements by December 2023 and take advantage of the equity compensation fund, which I was part of the task force. Thank you very much for the invitation. That said, we are concerned that UDC does not have enough funding dollars to support the increasing demand for a school year 2023. With the sunset of the Teach DC scholarship program, UDC has remained on the only source of a scholarship to early educators pursuing degrees at UDC. I'm here to request that councils increase annual funding for higher education initiative scholarship fund for $850,000. And the council ensures that UDC has requested funds for the plan improvements for the flagship building, which is currently underfunded by 23 million. The increased annual funding for the scholarship fund will help ensure the eligibility candidates can enroll in UDC. The bilingual program has grown faster than any program in the community college. In 2023 alone, UDC will graduate more than 100 students from the program with an average GPA of 3.4 based on the current trend. In enrollment for the by the fall 2025, approximately we can graduate 250 students. And that, making sure that we increase the quality of early childhood education in the city. The return investment, although successful, is hard on educators. Many incurring out-of-pocket expenses of students' debt with attending their credentials. In addition, bilingual educators were the last group to attain a pathway for the credentials, reducing the length of time to attain credentials, since OSCE requests all the teachers to have associate degree to be teachers and to work in licensed daycares. So I know my time is up, so thank you very much for your time, and I hope we can work to actually make sure that our Spanish-speaking providers do have access to a professional education. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Encinas, and thank you as well for your service on the ECE task force. Teresa Aspinwall, you're muted.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you. I'm happy that you made time to listen to me to testify today. So my name is Teresa Aspinwall, and I am with the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. MSSPA works with teachers who provide early education in Spanish. Last year, we were here and we asked the council to help relaunch the bilingual AA program. The council fulfilled this request as part of the UDC HEI Expansion Amendment Act of 2021. It's important to note that the financial impact of this act was indicated as a no-cost legislation. I'm here to request that the council increase annual funding of the HEI by $850,000. With over 100 teachers on our interest list, more investment is required to ensure that eligible educators have the opportunity to meet the credential requirements by December 2023. Unfortunately, teachers are at risk of losing their jobs. Much worse, we may observe that some centers may limit enrollment due to a shortage of qualified teachers. As mentioned, UDC has been the principal entity providing scholarships to early educators. We are grateful that UDC stepped up to support 41 bilingual educators this academic year. A guiding principle of the HEI Act is the removal of financial barriers. Currently, students must cover several non-tuition related costs. Examples include translation and evaluation of their high school transcripts, a purchase of a computer, purchase of the UDC student health insurance, and of course, childcare services for many of these immigrant women. Current funding is not enough to cover the true cost of attendance, nor the expected increase in the number of program applicants. My second request is in support of UDC's ask for the capital funding to renovate their campus. Looks like there's a shortfall of $23 million. I would like to support that. As we heard last month's performance hearings, there were several students who are attending classes in buildings that do not offer appropriate learning environments. The AA programs will soon be housed at the Bertie Backus campus, and MSSPA fully supports the $35 million request to build out this facility in Ward 5. As a DC resident, I believe it is time to ensure that DC's only public higher education institute has the state-of-the-art facilities for its residents. Thank you again, and I'm available for questions if you would like.
Thank you, Ms. Aspinwall. Alexander Berry.
Greetings, Chairman and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the University of the District of Columbia's fiscal year 2023 budget. My name is Alexander Berry, and I'll be representing the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. The NAACP is the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization, which has championed the fight for racial justice and equity for over 112 years. The mission of the NAACP is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic empowerment of African Americans and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. The NAACP DC branch represents over 20,000 members, stakeholders, and partners that are voting residents across all 8 wards of the District of Columbia. Since 1913, the Washington, D.C. NAACP branch has led historic fights advocating for the political, economic, and cultural empowerment of Black people in the District of Columbia. Today, the NAACP is a fierce advocate committed to the fight for education equity and opportunities to positively impact on Black lives. The NAACP advocates for education equity, Black excellence in education, and the continued support of our historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, through the continued investments in the University of the District of Columbia, UDC. UDC is an HBCU and a Center for Black Learning. Our HBCUs are critically important because they are a source of empowerment for the Black community. UDC is a public, historically Black, urban-focused land-grant university dedicated to serving the community and producing transformative leaders. Today, UDC students continue a long legacy of fighting for racial justice and equality. The NAACP commends the leadership of President Ronald Mason and supports the progress UDC has made over these past 6 years. The NAACP is requesting a $23 million increase in capital investment funds to prioritize the renovation of 4250 Connecticut Avenue as a state-of-the-art teaching and learning center. We strongly urge the Council to ensure the fiscal year 2023 budget includes increased investments in UDC's programs and facilities, ensuring it is a national standard and model for HBCU Black excellence. This is the nation's capital and now one of the wealthiest, most affluent, and most desirable cities in the country. So we must ensure this fiscal year 2023 budget elevates UDC as a premier institution of higher learning in our nation's capital. On behalf of the Washington, D.C. branch of the NAACP, we strongly urge you to implement these budget actions, advance education equity, and advance UDC as a premier institution for Black excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Maria Lemus Berganza.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Maria Lemus Berganza, and for the past 17 years, I have been a foreign-born resident of the District of Columbia. I work full-time as a lead teacher at a bilingual Montessori center in Ward 4. I also have a second job cleaning houses on the weekends. Like most women of color, one of my great challenges is balancing my work, family, and university commitments. OSI's new teacher credential requirements have created new challenges, and as a result, I am facing difficult life decision. What must I give up? Should I stop working at my second job that provides the necessary income for the household? Should I continue to achieve the OC teaching credential requirements and incur additional costs and debt for childcare of UDC health insurance? I am happy to share that today mark my 3rd week of attending classes at UDC. This is only possible because at last month's performance hearing, you helped clarify the admission to the Bilingual Associate Program is not based on applicants' immigration status, nor applicants' mastery of English. I am grateful for the scholarship for tuition and books which help, but I and others need more investment as several financial barriers exist. Financial incentives to reimburse for these costs are needed. Costs that I and my co-workers are being asking for the pay are high. For example, the cost of evaluation of my high school transcripts, purchase of a computer, purchase of UDC student health insurance, and childcare costs while I am in class. I want to make sure you are aware of the real life impact that I and many other teachers are experiencing as we work to achieve the new state mandated requirements. Increased investment will help relieve the financial stress that I feel. My professional dream is to become a better and highly educated teacher so that I can give my students the best learning environment possible. Obtaining university degree will help ensure that I am able to continue with my employment. My colleagues and I serve as role models from others, including our children. An important life lesson is that one can get ahead if effort and sacrifice are made. No matter how many obstacles we encounter, we must fight to success. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to share my story.
Ms. Berganza. Angela McCray. I don't see her. I have a few questions, which I think I'm going to direct to Ms. Mara, if she's still here. I do not see her. Maybe Ms. Encinas. All of you gave similar testimony asking for $850,000 to the Early Childhood Higher Education Initiative Scholarship Fund.
That was, yes, that was the funds that the UDC staff actually gave us. The cost for enough teachers that are on a waiting list to enter the associate degree, and to have enough support for the scholarships of those 100 teachers waiting to enter the school or the program.
So the fund is with UDC?
Yes. I mean, we had Teach that was managed by Aussie, well, it was managed by another company, and then they went back to Aussie, and then Aussie actually is redirecting that money, so we were not able to actually have access. I know Teresa Aspenwall is the one who works directly with all the teachers trying to get the funding to support their education, so she might be able to give you more details, but we were not able to get monies from Aussie through the Teach program, and that program was directed to other, I think they're redirecting those funds. Correct, Teresa? Can you expand on that? And mute yourself.
Yeah, I may want to defer to Ms. Kamara, but yes, so that HEI is funded by the council, and that money is supposed to be used specifically to for educators to attain their credentials, and part of the money is scholarships, and part of it is faculty, and part of it is, I guess, for running the program.
Where is the fund? Where is the fund? Is it at UDC?
Yeah, that's what I understand. And if somebody wants to jump in, yes, it is. That's what I understand.
Okay, and how did you come up with the figure of 850,000?
I will just throw it out there. 850 is what it's already being funded, Ms. Kamara, and that was back in, somebody help me. It was in 2018, I believe, and it's part of the Birth to Three money that was sent originally for the pre-K. And then
yeah, that's not helping me. My question was how you came up with 850 as the figure.
So the 850 would be just to re-ask for the same as the initial funding. Initially, there was 850 placed at UDC to help the directors of the centers. What's happened is that there's so many more directors who are now beginning to try to get.
But I'm not asking that, and I don't mean to be cutting you off. So it's 850. You said
this is the.
So when was it earlier funded?
The first time was to meet the initial deadline for 2022, so probably the budget right before that, because initially teachers had to have the associate degree by fall 2022, and the directors had to also have the degree by 2022. So that prior budget cycle.
Yeah,
so that's, yes, Ms. Encinas?
Yeah, when we talked to you last year, and we were really working closely with UDC staff to get a number, And at the end, that's the number that they gave us that they needed to actually continue with this program and provide more scholarships and to fully fund this program for the bilingual associate degree that we're advocating for.
That's the number that they gave you a couple years ago, or that's the number they gave you this year?
They gave that, it was the number a couple of years ago. We have asked UDC to give us an exact number of how much where it costs. Teresa, did you get a response from?
I think that we might want to clarify exactly what that 850 is, but that is basically, you've heard the history of the funding, the initial funding of the act. And then I believe that we can get you some more specific data.
Okay, no, I think this is helpful. It gives me enough information to ask the president of the university.
Probably.
Which is what I will do. Let me just see if I have any other questions. I don't. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony and for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you all are excused, and I'm going to now call the president of the university, Ronald Mason.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon. Give me just a second. Mr. President, when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Before I give my written testimony, or at least speak my written testimony, maybe I could first thank the people who offered testimony in support of UDC. We have been working well together with that group, and we look forward to being able to answer most of their questions and resolve most of their issues. If you'd like, I can answer the question you said you were going to ask me initially, which was about the $850,000. And if you recall, last year we reprogrammed money, which was unspent out of the HEI fund, to be able to cover the cost of the current students. And so we're able to pay for the students in the program now for at least the next 2 years. But what they're also asking for is additional funds to be able to accelerate the number of courses that a student can take during a semester and during the summer, which by our count would be about another $2 million to meet the deadline established by OSSI. We're also going to stand up the director's credential program this summer, which answers that question. And I thank them for the 4250 increased support testimony, and we'll tell you why that's important as part of my presentation. Now, Mr. Chairman, it's a little unusual with your indulgence. What I'd like to do is start the conversation with 2 announcements. One, just to put things on a positive note. One, our Honda All-Star team, which is the HBCU College Bowl, just made the Elite 8. And this is a national competition, and we beat out schools such as North Carolina A&T, Spelman, and all of the, traditionally recognized top-tier HBCUs. And so I want to congratulate our team for that. And then second, I have a 30-second video I'd like to show, which I think you'll find interesting. I made a cameo appearance, and if it's okay with you, it's an announcement that I think you'll find gratifying. Do you mind if we play the video?
If you can technologically do it quickly, yes. I don't.
think we have it queued up. Sound. You got to unmute it.
Right? Where are you going? Something tells me he cannot keep a secret. So much for secrets. It's true. UDC law is number 5 in the nation for law clinics. Spread the word.
Closing.
Okay, congratulations. I'm ready to continue.
I think we're stuck for the moment. Okay, we're back, Chairman. That was an announcement that our law school is number 5 in the nation in U.S. News and World Report for clinical programs, tied with Yale this year. I thought that would be a nice announcement to make for you and our viewing audience. Now, with your, if you're ready, I'm ready to offer my written, my statement that goes along with the PowerPoint this year. Shall I proceed?
I'm totally ready.
I think you're muted, Chairman.
I don't think I'm muted. I don't think.
I have you now. I have you now. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Christina, you took the, I can't. 1 second, please, sir. Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff, good afternoon. I am Ronald Mason Jr., President of the University of the District of Columbia, the public institution of higher learning in and for the nation's capital. I am pleased to testify on the university's proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. To assist in explaining our proposed budget, we have prepared a PowerPoint presentation to accompany my written remarks. 1 second, please, Chairman. I would like to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for proposing a budget and fiscal plan that continues to invest in the university. Additionally, I would also like to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and the rest of the council for your ongoing support of the university. We have grown healthier over the past several years due to that support, and I am hopeful that the mayor and the council will continue to strengthen the district's public university by approving the fiscal year 2023 budget and financial plan. While I come before you today to extol the benefits of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2023 budget for UDC, I am also here to say that more can be done toward our collective goal of building the best public historically Black college and university in the nation that is a model for urban student success. The vision of our equity imperative strategic plan remains resolute. All students will achieve their highest levels of human potential. UDC strives to provide an excellent educational environment that offers an opportunity for self-exploration during pivotal years in students' lives. However, we had to respond to multiple challenges during fiscal years 2020, 2021, and 2022 in order to maintain critical student services and protect the most vulnerable members of our community. This meant that we had to manage hiring and spending judiciously while using federal and private funds to provide critical financial support to the students we serve. Similar support will remain necessary as UDC and the district recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. As is the case with pre-K through 12 teachers, the university's faculty and staff are taxed and have been doing yeoman's work under extreme circumstances for more than 2 years to ensure that our students are receiving the education they both expect and deserve. They should be celebrated and rewarded. Likewise, as you know, many of our students from the district were considered at risk at the pre-K-12 level and come to us requiring enhanced support. Their challenges have been exacerbated by the pandemic. In addition to increased academic and emotional support, UDC has worked diligently to remove any financial barriers to learning by providing tuition assistance, direct student payments, final semester of enrollment assistance, books, food, and reduction of students' accounts receivable. In this academic year alone, we have provided over $7.7 million to support our student success. Going forward, using federal pandemic relief funding provided to HBCUs, our fiscal year 2023 budget continues the financial supports noted above. It is our hope that such support will not only enable our current students to continue on track, but also enable students whose education was interrupted by the pandemic to return to school. In addition, we continue to explore providing housing for our students, especially for district residents who are housing unstable or whose education goals are better able to be achieved in a safe and secure environment. In addition to maintaining student financial support during fiscal year 2023, the university's budget formulation was driven by our overarching focus to be a model of urban student success, a sustainable source of diverse business-ready talent, and the #1 public HBCU in the nation. To achieve these goals, we must enhance core functions that support student success, maintain student financial support, prioritize and build high-need workforce pipelines, re-engage students lost to the pandemic, transform our facilities to be environments conducive to learning, continue to strengthen our workforce and talent, and accelerate the progress of the equity imperative. Thus, our fiscal year 2023 budget requests and proposed budget focuses on these areas. As you know, Chairman, UDC has 2 operating budgets and a capital budget. Our first budget, also known as UDC's subsidy budget or local budget, is comprised of funds from the district government. And for fiscal year 2023, it also includes American Rescue Act funding given to us by the district. This funding is delineated as district recovery plan funds. In total, our proposed fiscal year 2023 subsidy budget is $95.098 million, representing a $1.784 million or 1.9% increase from fiscal year 2022. The $95.098 million breaks down to $92.69 million in local recurring dollars and $2.129 million in district recovery plan funds. UDC's second budget is comprised of all our funding, including the subsidy we receive from the district, tuition collected, spendable endowment income, and all federal funding. Our proposed fiscal year 2023 overall budget is $195.084 million, representing a $23.883 million or 14% increase from fiscal year 2022. As you can see on the accompanying slide, this increase is mostly attributable to an increase in federal funding, specifically $19 million in HEERF funding and $7 million in new grants. Returning to UDC's subsidy budget, this slide depicts both our approved gross subsidy funds and our approved recurring subsidy funds. While our approved gross subsidy funds have steadily increased or remained constant since 2017, we have seen less stability with regard to recurring dollars. Many of our subsidy increases in the past have been one-time increases. Yet we were heartened last year with the $6.741 million increase in recurring subsidy funds and look forward to continued progress in that regard. Diving deeper into our proposed fiscal year 2023 subsidy budget, and as noted above, the $95.098 million in subsidy funds that UDC received from the district is comprised of $92.969 million in local funding and $2.129 million in district recovery plan funds. Of the $2.129 million in district recovery plan funds, $1.7 million is dedicated to UDC academic infrastructure support, such as translating work and life experience into academic credit and articulation agreements to provide academic credit for workforce development classes, while the remaining $417,000 is dedicated to our component of the Mayor's Violence Interruption Program. Please note that both of those activities were also funded in the fiscal year 2022 budget with ARPA funding as recurring funds, but are removed this year and reinserted as enhancements, since ARPA funds are not recurring. Additionally, the $1.65 million that is labeled as DC Futures is incorrectly labeled and should be correctly labeled as UDC Academic Infrastructure Support. Turning to the $92.9 million in recurring local funding, included in this funding are two budget enhancements totaling $1.59 million that prioritize the need for UDC to attract and retain exemplary staff. Specifically, $688,026 allows for us to provide funds to our full-time faculty in accordance with the 8th Master Agreement, and $910,882 is so that we can invest in local talent and expertise. We should bring to your attention the fact that we have begun negotiations with our full-time faculty union, and funds we requested, which may be required to implement the new collective bargaining agreement, are not currently included in the recommended fiscal year 2023 budget. While we did not receive our full compensation enhancement request as noted above, we are nevertheless encouraged by the commitment from the mayor to provide additional funding for compensation to the university in this current fiscal year, as well as fiscal years 2023, 2024, and 2025. As depicted on the slide, the executive has agreed to provide us with funding for both our non-union staff and our staff that is included in compensation units 1 and 2. For fiscal year 2022, we will receive funding for a one-time 3.5% bonus for both our non-union and compensation units 1 and 2 staff. And our non-union staff will also receive a 1.5% cost of living adjustment that will be retroactive to October 1st, 2021. Regarding fiscal year 2023, both our non-union and compensation unit 1 and 2 staff will receive a 2.5% COLA. The funding for both fiscal years 2022 and 2023 will come from the Workforce Investment Fund and be transferred to the university. Hence, it is not depicted in our proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. For fiscal years 2024 and 2025, a 3% COLA for both our non-union and compensation units 1 and 2 staff, we understand will be included as part of UDC's subsidy budget. The university is incredibly grateful to the mayor for this funding. While the rest of district government non-union employees have received COLAs on a regular basis, the university has only been able to provide its non-union staff with 4 COLAs in the last 15 years. Moreover, the university has absorbed the cost associated with compensation units 1 and 2 collective bargaining agreements and has never received funding to cover such costs from the Workforce Investment Fund, while other district agencies have. As I noted at the beginning of my testimony, Our faculty and staff have been extraordinary during the pandemic and risen to the challenge to serve our students. They deserve to be rewarded for such hard work and are very excited that we will now be able to do so. On to the capital budget. The mayor's proposal for fiscal year 2023 through 2028 capital improvement plan for UDC has a small net increase of $5 million from our proposed fiscal year 2022 through 2027 CIP. Moreover, while we are provided additional funding in the out years, $10.5 million is being cut from our fiscal year 2023 budget. We will have to adjust accordingly. Of particular concern, however, is our ability to renovate 4250 Connecticut Avenue in a timely manner. With the proposed fiscal years 2023 through 2028 CIP, we will have to spread the renovation of 4250 over 5 years, which is problematic given that we need it to serve as our state-of-the-art academic facility, as well as to be swing space to enable the renovation of other buildings on our campuses. Since we are transferring Building 41 to the district for its archives, 4250 is the linchpin in our renovation plan for our Van Ness campus. The longer we delay the full renovation of that building, the longer we must defer renovating all our other buildings. Thus, we ask that you consider providing us an additional $23 million in fiscal year 2024 so that we can renovate 4250 more quickly. I would also like to take a minute to remind you and other relevant parties that our financial system, Banner, is not compatible with the district's financial system, SOAR. While Banner accounts for all encumbered funds, SOAR only deducts funding from our bottom line when a service has been completed, the invoice paid, and the Office of Budget and Planning manually processes our reimbursement requests. As of March, only reimbursement requests from November were showing in SOAR, making it appear as if UDC has $23 million more in available capital funding than we actually have. Thus, we are concerned that such a discrepancy affects funding decisions and hope that you and the executive will consider this when thinking about how much additional capital funding you should provide to UDC. Overall, we need a total of $422 million to complete all of the necessary renovations and capital projects at all of the university's locations. And given that our proposed fiscal year 2023 through 2028 SIP only includes $168.5 million, we still need over $253 million. To complete just the university's top 5 capital priorities: renovating 4250, expanding our Bacchus location, completing window and roof replacements, repairing and upgrading our mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and IT systems, and purchasing our old Congress Heights location will require $228.5 million if we want the type of campuses the district and its higher education students deserve. It was also brought to our attention late last week that questions have been raised about our need to purchase Old Congress Heights. Apparently, unbeknownst to us, the funds to do so were removed during last year's budget cycle. Because we only have one line in the capital budget for the vast majority of our university renovations, we have always understood that we can use the approved funds as we deem necessary, as long as the budget authority for a given fiscal year is not exceeded. However, we were informed last week that our proposed capital budget includes certain sub-projects on which we are expected to spend our capital funds. Apparently, the purchase of OCH, Old Congress Heights, is not on the list. We will continue to seek clarification before the purchase deadline in 2025. As I noted at the beginning of my testimony, one of our budget priorities for fiscal year 2023 is to transform our facilities to be environments conducive to learning. For us to accomplish this, we will need additional capital funding. $23 million, as mentioned above, to complete the renovation of 4250 Connecticut Avenue by the end of fiscal year 2024. $28 million for the purchase of Old Congress Heights by 2025. $130 million over the next 6 years to renovate classrooms and labs. $2 million in fiscal year 2023 and $3 million in fiscal year 2024 for Firebird Farm, and $15 million in fiscal year 2024 and $20 million in fiscal year 2025 for student housing. Finally, Chairman, we ask that you consider that we need certain funds in certain years for specific projects. Again, we must renovate 4250 by the end of fiscal year 2024. Next, we must replace any roofs or windows before repairing mechanical, electrical, plumbing, or IT systems in a building. If we do not do the former before the latter, leaks will ruin the newly repaired systems. Because most of our MEP and IT upgrades require us to open up walls, we must complete this work before we embark upon renovations of classrooms and labs. Given this ordering and that our next 10-year Middle States accreditation is just 5 years away, for which we will need to show updated academic facilities, we need proper capital funding. Renovating our classrooms and labs will cost $135 million, and we only have approximately $5 million under our proposed CIP, leaving us with a need of $130 million. We cannot wait until the last minute to renovate, and we cannot do it before we complete the other 3 major projects discussed above. Hence, we need additional funds for our 4 priorities and to ready our classrooms and labs. Over the past 2 years, the university has persevered and continued to move forward in a difficult time. And we could not have done so without our faculty, staff, and most importantly, our students. It is on their behalf that I speak. We will always optimize whatever level of support we are provided. However, the public institution of higher learning in and for the nation's capital should be a model for the nation, as are our libraries, park and recreation systems, and public school facilities. UDC should be an affordable, quality university that is key to a sustainable, resilient, and most importantly, equitable future. A shining example of a state system of higher learning in a district that is poised to be a state. That can happen only if the mayor and council invest the resources needed to make it so. Thank you again for your and the council's support and the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you or your committee members may have.
Thank you, President Mason. We'll have maybe 2 rounds. We should only count on 1 round, 10-minute round of questions. President Mason, you spoke to some enhancement requests that you made for the budget. Some of them were funded, some of them were partially funded. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir. And most of the requests related to salaries or anticipated needs for the collective bargaining agreement with the NEA. I want to say that we're very grateful that the mayor has done a great job of helping us solve our salary problems. You're muted. Salary problems now and in the future when it comes to non-union staff and paying for AFSCME salaries that have been negotiated. The one thing that is not covered is what we may have to do for the NEA negotiations and the new CBA. And so we're in the middle of those negotiations now, and we expect, one way or the other, that cost is going to have to be covered once we come up with a number.
I'm going to have to move this along a little bit more quickly. Can you provide us with copies of the enhancement requests?
Yes, sir. I want to mention that we also have our CFO, Roy Lane, in view.
How many vacancies do you have?
I queued Roy up for that one, Chairman.
Right now, at March 16, we had 156 vacancies.
And in your budget, your operating budget, what salary lapse is taken?
Right now, I don't think we took any salary lapse. I think we have a projected of about $500,000, but we haven't taken it.
I'm sorry, say that again, about $500,000?
Yes, about $500,000.
But you didn't take that, reduce that from the budget?
Right, we did not.
Yeah, and remember for us, that's a rolling number because we're hiring faculty all year round, Chairman.
Yes. This is a completely different question. DCPS students who come to UDC, many of them need some remedial education, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
What
correct.
percentage?
It was around 80% coming in before COVID, but because a lot of the students didn't make the transition, it's down now to around 70% or less.
Okay, fundraising match. I seem to recall that at the performance hearing, you offered that we could do the match. Of course, this is whether we want to do it, but I'd like to do it at 2-to-1. So every $2 we raise, every $2 you raise, we would contribute $1.
Yes, sir. And we said that you could even up the ante if you wanted to, in terms of the size of the match.
Oh, not the ratio.
Not the ratio.
And right now it's 1.5.
Correct. And then we said we think we can do 2.
On the childcare. So there was testimony about $850,000. This would be $850,000 that would be given to UDC or to OSSI?
Well, I'm not sure. There's $850,000 that we already had that we reprogrammed towards scholarships for the students that are already in the pipeline.
When did you do that?
They were, sorry?
When did you do that?
That was last year in last year's budget cycle. I think they're requesting additional funds for 2 reasons. One, there are students in the queue or prospective students that would not be covered by these scholarships. I think we have enough to cover who's there now for the next 2 years. But also they want to accelerate the process. Right now, students can only take 2 classes per semester and none during the summer because of the limit of the scholarship funds. They want to double that so that we can accelerate the progress toward a degree.
Can you do that?
Can we do what? Yes, we can. We have the capacity.
Okay. Now you just said the 850 will cover the next 2 years.
That and other funds that we had in the budget. Yes.
So then why would you need more money?
It covers the next 2 years based on a certain number of people and a certain number of classes per semester.
Do you know the number of people?
I don't have the exact number who's in the program now, but I know there's about 200 on the waiting list. And I know that they can only take, with this level of support, 2 classes per semester, but they could take 4 if they had the scholarship support to pay for it.
So 850 is not an unreasonable number.
No, it's low.
Well, you did say something in your testimony about 2 million. Was that the same issue?
Yeah, 2 million is the same issue. And that was the number I got when we asked the question of my dean at the community college during the performance hearing.
So 850 is low, 2 million is the number that.
Yeah, we can get you an exact accounting of what the number is and what it'll pay for.
Would you do that?
Yes, sir.
I understand that would be more students and their
More students and more credits per semester.
which means accelerating their matriculation.
Correct.
At any event, this would be in your budget. And then there was testimony about expanding faculty, but that would be your decision, and the 850 or 2 million would go toward that.
It would, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about the capital projects. So I think I heard in your statement that $10 million was moved out of the capital improvement budget for next year that would have benefited 4250. But your request is for 23 million. So, and it's 23 million in FY24.
Yes.
So without taking up too much of my seconds that are left, help me here.
Well, we think we have enough in the budget for 23 to get the planning done and to get some of the work started, but the bulk of the work will have to happen in 2024. And it has to happen in 4250 first, because that's the first domino in the process of renovating the rest of the campus.
So whatever is in the CIP for 4250, is it in the CIP for 4250 specifically?
Well, it is, but it's spread out over the course of the CIP.
Sure. And so leave what's there in FY24 and add 23 million?
Correct, because the other part of our testimony was that we're still short on other renovation needs, and rather than squeeze it all into 24, in the 4250 and 23, in 24, we'd like you to add 23 million in 24 for 4250 and allow us to use the other funds for other purposes over the course of the CIP.
Okay, and then that would address some of the other concerns.
Yes.
I'll see if I've got this right. I don't have the capital budget in front of me, but whatever amount is in there for FY23 in the mayor's proposed capital budget, that's okay for 4250.
Yes, we can adjust to that, correct.
Add 23 million to whatever's in there for 24.
Correct.
And then that frees up money in other projects in other years, which you could then use for other purposes.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Old Congress Heights, I thought we put money in the budget for it in the out years. You have to buy it by 25?
Yes, but the question is, and this is something we have to clarify, whether we can use it for the money that's there for that purpose. We have some conversation going on now, and this just started last week, and so I don't want to say how it's going to end one way or the other, about whether we have discretion on how we use our capital funds as long as we don't exceed the budget in any given year, or whether we have to spend it on specific projects as determined by the executive. And this is news to us. And so we just heard it, and we're trying to understand what the rule is there.
Okay, but the 28 million is the cost for Old Congress Heights.
Mm-hmm.
And your testimony says to purchase it by September 2025.
I think that's the date, yes.
Well, that's what you have in your statement.
Well, then that would be the date.
And your understanding is that that money was removed.
Yes, that's what we were told. But we're not sure that that is the final word there.
The chances are that if I am able to find 23 million for FY24 and I restore the 28 million for Old Congress Heights, which I think would have to be in 24, I don't know that we'll be able to do anything else with the capital improvement budget for UDC. If I can, I need you to prioritize. I know your statement does that, but maybe you could revisit it and reprioritize other needs. The Congress Heights, I feel, is important because that's a purchase for a long-term use. And Congress and 4250, you've already made the case for. I realize there are other needs. So if you could get back to me on prioritizing.
I will. You know, one thing, Chairman, I'm not sure, I may have misstated. I'm gonna have to look at the numbers again. I think the 23 million for, let me just take a look right quick. The 23 million for 4250 was in addition to what is already there. Just a second. Because I don't want to shortchange the university. It's, no, I was right in the first place. 12, 10. No, I think, so what we want at the end of the day is a total of 45 million. And so when you go across the years from here until the end of the 6 years, it should total 45 million. And it went up from 40 to 45 for a few reasons. One being, you know, it's been a while since we've been talking about this. And then second, you know, with everything that's going on in the world, costs have just gone up since we first started the conversation.
Okay, but the 45 million, my impression is that the 45 million is a result of the 23 million being added in FY24 and then the out years being reduced.
Yes, as long as it totals 45 million.
Okay. Okay, so we've discussed 4250, we've discussed Old Congress Heights, which you believe has been removed, and you will give me a list of CIP priorities after those two projects.
Yes, that's right. And you're right. I'm looking now, the out years are reduced for 4250. So it's a total of 45.
Okay. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Silverman, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and good afternoon to you, President Mason.
Councilmember.
First, let me say congratulations to you and Dean Hutchins on your the recognition of UDC's clinical programs in the law school. And actually, it's interesting that you showed that video because I think UDC law school has really been strategic in that I think the law school recognizes that it can be the pipeline for public interest lawyers in this city, and it's positioned its curriculum to do that. And I will say that the Labor Committee, my own committee, has a UDC law school graduate on staff for exactly that reason. Now, as you know, President Mason, I think UDC, the four-year institution, the community college, the lifelong learning program should be the backbone for workforce development in our city. And it should be the go-to, both for our residents to receive training and for our major employers to get their next best employee. Because we need nurses. We need cybersecurity experts. And especially right now, we need behavioral health clinicians. We need social workers. We need therapists. And in my opinion, UDC should be training residents for these jobs. And certainly you talked about the council. I think that you cannot make an argument that my labor committee hasn't made the investment. We've invested in UDC to build these pipelines, working with you and your staff. So I first want to talk about the investments that we made in the current year and where we are with them. So for the public's information, the Labor Committee put money in the budget to build out a pipeline, workforce development pipeline, both in nursing, in healthcare, and in IT, to create opportunities at a low cost and no cost actually for our residents. So in this year's budget, we provided funds specifically for the community college for nursing and IT career pathways. So are those courses up and running for the spring semester, President Mason?
For the spring semester, yes. As you know, first, thank you, Council Member, for the support. In nursing and in IT, those courses are, your support is providing support for the students and for the programs, right?
Yes.
They're actually slated, and I'm going to double check on this and get you for a sure answer for the fall, because we have to recruit the faculty. And part of the funds that we expect to receive, or that we are able to use now to put the faculty in place to expand the programs, will come as part of the next iteration of our budgeting process.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. So I'm confused. Are students able to enroll in courses this semester?
Yes, I mean, we have nursing and we have IT, right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what credentials are students working toward with these courses?
Well, if it's in IT, it starts with workforce certifications, and we have several programs in workforce certification. And then it goes up to an associate's in information technology, and that feeds into engineering programs, including computer science and information technology in the engineering school.
Okay.
And so we're building out the entire pipeline in IT. And in nursing, as you know, that starts with certified nursing assistants, goes through to associates in nursing in the community college, which feeds into a bachelor's of nursing at the flagship.
Okay. So and I know you're working with the Workforce Investment Council on this. So are students being given the stipends right now?
Yeah,
for these courses?
I think I know we've signed the MOU.
Okay.
And I know that we have identified a consultant to manage the distribution of the stipends. I don't know that we started it in the fall. I think it's slated to start in the, well, I think it may have started this spring.
Okay.
I'd have to double check and get back to you on that.
Because I believe there's 1.2 million slated for nursing to be spent this year and 875 in IT.
That is correct.
Okay, are we going to spend those funds?
Well, we expect to. You know, the nursing program is a hot commodity these days, and enrollment keeps going up, as well as the entire healthcare pipeline. And then on IT, you know, there's always a need for support for those students. And we just signed a MOU with Homeland Security for a cybersecurity partnership there. And so I'll get you a detailed report on both of these programs as soon as we're off this call.
So you know this, President Mason, but I actually have used this example where we have underinvested in workforce development for our biggest private sector employer, which is healthcare. So when we started distributing the vaccine, as you know, the first round went to healthcare workers, and everyone in the city, I think except you and me, were surprised that 3 out of 4 doses went to non-DC residents. And that's because 3 out of 4 of our healthcare workers working at Washington Hospital Center, working at Georgetown Hospital, working at all of our big healthcare providers, 3 out of 4 of their employees don't live in the District of Columbia. And that's, to me, just should be such a wake-up call for our city, that we need to train our residents for these great paying jobs. I mean, really, I've been here 8 years and like my voice is cracking because it's outrageous that we are not like funneling our residents into these great jobs. And, you know, as I say, grew up in Baltimore. I'm from Maryland, but no offense to my high school friends and my family, but I want our residents, DC residents, to get those jobs. Let me ask you about something else, and then I'll probably have a second round of questions talking about behavioral health. But the committee provided $5 million of a $7.5 million capital funds enhancement to improve the college's nursing facilities, because we want to have a sciences campus, a healthcare campus. I mean, I want our healthcare campus to rival Montgomery College's healthcare campus, because you know what? They're training like people at Washington Hospital Center and Georgetown Hospital. And I want our 2 new hospitals. We're going to have 2 new hospitals that, you know, if we end up having 3 out of 4 employees at the Ward 8 hospital and the new Howard Hospital be non-district residents, then we will have missed just a major opportunity. So tell me about the status of these capital funds.
Yes, first, thank you for that as well. Second, we're in the planning phase right now. You know that one of the questions we talked about was the purchase of Old Congress Heights. That is a major component of our healthcare pipeline training. We have a whole floor over there for that, and I'd invite you to come take a look at it. I think you'd appreciate it.
So let me stop you. This is the money you just talked about with Chairman Mendelson that you say was removed from the budget last year?
Well, we're not sure, so we're still clarifying, but we're trying to track that down.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, and then of course at Bacchus we have money to expand that, but your funds will be used in the near future. Right now we're looking at expanding the laboratories both at Bacchus and at Old Congress Heights, because Bacchus is going to be the new home of the community college since we closed down 801. And so I expect that I would say beginning this summer, we should start the renovation work with the funds that you provided us. And it should really upgrade some of our facilities.
I mean, I am asking about the spending, President Mason, because as I'm going to say throughout this budget process, the point is not just to spend. You know, we have $17.5 billion in this budget. And the point isn't just to spend it. The point is to improve people's lives. And that $5 million we're putting in capital funding is to have the facilities in place to train our residents to get those healthcare jobs. Okay, I was going to continue, Mr. Chairman, until I saw you. So I do have another round of questioning.
Well, there will not be another 10-minute round. If you want another several minutes.
7, I'll take 7 minutes.
Several.
Okay, I'll take several into 7. I mean, this is our public university, Mr. Chairman. This should be our workforce development backbone.
Sure.
Thank you. But I can wait until you finish your round.
Okay, then we'll do that. President Mason.
Yes, sir.
OSSI's capital improvement plan includes funding for the Advanced Technical Center, or ATC, a centralized program that will provide career and technical course access to district students from high schools across the city to prepare them for high-wage, high-skill, and/or in-demand careers. UDC offers similar programming through the Workforce Development and Lifelong Learning division of its community college, which provides district residents with job skills training that enables them to pursue employment opportunities. How are these two pieces of career and technical education programming being better coordinated?
In short, we don't know. We don't know much about the Advanced Technical Center, except that it is a partnership with Trinity, as we understand it. It's focused on health care related technology, and it's going to be at the Penn Center. That is about all we know about it. You know, we're told that we'll be included at some point as part of the initiative. You know, I think it's a dual enrollment program for high school students, and you know, being a dual enrollment program, it's something that, you know, we certainly can do. I think we're the largest dual enroller of high school students, DCPS and charter high school students in the district. So, you know, we'll get in the conversation, but as of now, I think it's still sort of on the drawing board, and I've told you everything we know about it.
I am on the cusp of introducing a bill that would give you a tax abatement for 4225. And then I should have introduced it sooner. Remind me, you are using that building, correct?
Right now we are, yes.
And how long do you plan on using it?
Until we're able to figure out whether there's a rent-paying better use for it. But we haven't been able to identify anybody yet.
So the abatement would be for as long as you're using it?
That is correct.
All right, my second question is, how quickly do you need your lease? I have to chuckle, but only because this sounds so different. You may know where I'm going with this. Here we are talking about UDC, workforce, life learning, Arpa. How long do you need your lease for the hangar at the National Airport? I mean, how quickly do you need the lease for the hangar at National Airport?
Now.
You want to say anything more for the benefit of Councilmember Silverman and anyone else who's watching?
Well, you know, that is our aviation maintenance training program. It's an excellent program. We've revamped it. We've renovated the facilities out there. We've formed a partnership with the Airport Authority. We need to have the lease renewed. In that regard, I didn't know that Dr. Potter was also on the call here. And so if it's okay with you guys, I'll ask him to step in and sort of update you on all of these programs, because he's been working with them on a daily basis, if that's okay with you, Chairman.
Yeah, and then I'll be done with my round and Councilmember Silverman will go.
Okay. You want to update on the aviation program? Dr. Potter?
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Mason. Chairman Mendelson, our aviation program continues to operate at the hangar, and we have a group of 26 students who are currently pursuing their associate's degrees. And I think of that number, we may have 12 of those students second year finishing, planning to commence in a few weeks. And so without the hangar and without the FAA certified space, those students would not be able to complete their education. I think one of the benefits that President Mason talked about earlier is our recent partnerships with MAWA. And so we do have a record of students who complete our aviation maintenance technology program who go on to become employed immediately after. And so the hangar serves as the laboratory for this group of students to be able to complete that work.
And UDC has had this lease since 1993.
Correct.
And Chairman, there's legislation before the council that's waiting to be moved.
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Silverman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman might recall that when we had our budget briefing with the mayor, I asked the mayor, can we spend more on behavioral health and school-based mental health? I think it's 3.8 million. The mayor said, I'd love to, but we don't have the clinicians. We need the pipeline. So I want to ask you about this, President Mason. What UDC programs are available for someone who wants to train to be a behavioral health clinician?
If it's okay with you, council member, on these academic questions, it's easier for me to just defer to Dr. Potter and let him pick up the ball.
Okay, I would just ask you both to be speedy because I have a lot of questions and not much time.
So Councilmember Silverman, thank you for your question. I think it would be really important to let you know that we have a CSWE accredited social work program that was just reaffirmed for the past 8 years. I hired an additional faculty person to come on board, and we are beginning to launch the planning for a Master's of Social Work fully online. So the University of the District of Columbia also has a Master of Science degree in counseling. And so we do have, quite frankly, capacity to train behavioral health professionals, social workers, as we're already doing, but we could extend that at least to the community college level, looking at certifications in our liberal studies track, right? And so our liberal studies would afford an opportunity for stackable credentials in that way. The other thing that I would say is that we currently have a baccalaureate degree in health education. And so we're looking at a foci in community health that would also allow us to train behavioral health professionals. And we look forward to doing that. So in all, the university has the capacity, quite frankly, as we have done with our education program, to grow our own and to be responsive to these needs across the district.
Okay, let's just take the different divisions. So in the non-credit certification, is there like a non-credit certification track in behavioral health?
So
okay.
there is not a non-credit certification currently offered at the university, but is there an off-the-shelf box certification through our industry certification library that we could stand up? Absolutely. I mean, if you look at all of our workforce development.
And what would that be called?
It would probably be the community health specialist or the community health advocate.
Okay. And what kind of jobs do you get when you have that certification?
So these individuals tend to be, they tend to work in the community as behavioral health specialists.
Okay.
They tend to work in hospitals to assist elderly. They tend to, in some ways, depending on the background, they may work in school systems. And so very possible.
Okay, because I thought we would have a full second round. I'm going to have, and we don't, I'm going to have to short circuit here and ask President Mason, in your presentation, you talked about what UDC is doing in terms of violence interruption. Is this with the Building Blocks program?
It is.
It is. And
Yes.
Can you explain to us what UDC's partnership is?
We were asked to, you want to answer it?
Sure.
Lawrence? Go ahead.
So Council Member Silverman, we are in partnership with the DC Building Blocks program. We have met with about 8 or so agencies, and we are currently building out the 4-week non-academic certification online. We have hired 2 professionals who are trained in this work, who have worked with each of the agencies on the 4-week curriculum. We had anticipated launching the curriculum on April 1, but because we have been taking in the input, we're looking at launching on April 15th. So we are well into the throes of this and looking forward.
And who are you training?
So we would be training the violence interrupters that will be recommended by each of the district agencies. So
Okay,
these
and
are
it's
current
okay.
individuals who are doing the work,
Mhm.
and they will be referred to by the various agencies across the district.
Okay, and they would get this 4-week non-academic certification, which would be similar to what we were just talking about in terms of it
Similar.
would be a certification for behavioral health. Is there a thought about, I will just say that I've been impressed by the folks who do this work and they're looking for career pathways. A lot of what they do seems similar to me to be like a behavioral health specialist or a therapist. Is there a thought of going for like a associate's degree, online
Absolutely.
associate's degree here?
Absolutely. So the way the curriculum is designed, it is designed to pathway into an associate's degree program, whether that is on the liberal studies side, where a student can lead to a concentration in behavioral specialists, or identify our associate's degree in crime studies or criminal studies. So it is intended that way.
Okay, are there any other institutions of public education, especially public schools that are doing this work right now that we can take a look and see as a model?
There is not a public university that we are aware of based on our certification development. The closest institution that you would find would be Johns Hopkins, and it's not public.
Right, yes. Yes, I see the chairman is going to deliver the hook to me. So I'm interested in working with you. I'll just speak to you, Mr. Chairman, because you're actually my audience here. You know, we need to train people for these jobs so that we can build a resilient economy. Right now, Montgomery County is doing it. Fairfax is doing it. Nova at Arlington and Alexandria. And we need to compete. We need to compete. We talk about competition all the time at the council when it comes to taxes and all kinds of things.
Not to take away from your point.
But we need to compete when it comes to these certifications and getting our residents into jobs. Okay, well, I think this is super important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I agree, it's super important.
Oh, good. I'm glad you agree.
And last year we put money in the UDC budget for several career pathways.
I know, my committee provided that money.
Not all of it, but thank you.
A majority of it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. President Mason, I don't have any other questions for you, but there were a couple of things you were going to get back to us on.
We have the list, sir. We will.
Excellent. Thank you. It's good to see you. Thank you, everybody at UDC, and you all are excused.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn now to the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. And I'm going to let in the non-government witnesses. Charity Blackwell, who's Senior Advisor of Arts and Culture for DC Scores. Kimberly Bush, who's Executive Director at the DC Center. Maureen Dwyer, who's Executive Director of Sitar Arts Center. Mary Brown, who's Co-Founder and Executive Director of Life Pieces to Masterpieces. Allie Bird, who is Mission Advancement Team Director at Life Pieces to Masterpieces. Akoshua Ali, who is President of the NAACP, Washington, DC branch. Christy Walzer, who is Executive Director of Project Create. Jenny Billfield, who is President and CEO of Washington Performing Arts. Stephen Bedoin, who is Executive Director of the Washington Chorus, and I apologize, I think I mispronounced your last name. Tila Norris, who's with the NAACP, Director of Program Operations. I'm pausing here. Maggie Fitzpatrick is a member of the commission. Okay, she's not testifying with the commission, so we'll let her in now as well. Maggie Fitzpatrick. I do want to say, because we had this problem yesterday, the folks are in like a waiting room for Zoom, and I call them, and then they, after looking at their screen, they get a little box that says, come on in, you have to click. If you don't click, you're not let in. And so please, if you can hear me and you're not let in yet, look, because I won't call you again. Ms. Blackwell, you are first.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Hi, everyone. My name is Charity Blackwell, and I am the Senior Advisor of Arts and Culture for DC Scores, an award-winning out-of-school nonprofit that since 1994 has provided free, high-quality programming for more than 25,000 schools in DC public and charter schools. This school year, we have returned to full in-person programming that over 63 DC public and public charter schools that will serve 3,000 elementary, middle school age children across the district. Being part of DC Scores builds kids' physical fitness and social and emotional well-being during this time when they need it the absolute most. If you would like to know more about our organization, please visit www.dcscores.org for more information. Thank you to the mayor for the increase in funding for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for continuing to support the arts in our city. The Commission supports for the arts education organizations like DC Scores every year is critical to the development of our young people and our city. The Commission is a critical partner in our implementation and continued enhancement of the poetry component of our program. The Commission provides grant money that supports our annual Poetry Slam, the largest youth slam in the district. Through the support of the Commission, we are also able to employ and train art instructors, many of whom are teachers by day and bring what they learn back into their classrooms. The Commission also funds expert teaching artists to work with our students and our art instructors. To close this testimony out, I would love to share a poem written by one of our poet athletes at one of our DC Scores teams, Seton Elementary School, located in Ward 6. And the title of the poem is Homelessness in DC. Homelessness is a disgrace. It doesn't take care or care about race. Can't make a box into a home, finding food on the streets we roam. No shelter for the storms or cold. It doesn't even matter how old. Most people ignore them and stare, not caring about their despair. If you're in a world of homelessness, it's not filled with happiness and bliss. They're hanging on by a thread, daily life filled with sadness and dread, but there's something that you can do. Treat them like they're people too. We always can remember it can be you and your family member that is homeless in DC. Shout out to Seton Elementary School, and that is my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. There's some clicks going on here. Response not to your testimony, but the poem. Yeah, sorry, but people like the poem. Kimberly Bush.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, the members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony today. My name is Kimberly Bush. I am the Executive Director and Director of Arts and Cultural Programs at the DC Center for the LGBT Community. The artistic arm of the DC Center is titled Center Arts. The DC Center educates, empowers, celebrates, uplifts, and connects the LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender communities. To fulfill our mission, we focus on 4 core areas: health and wellness, arts and culture, social and peer support, advocacy, and community building. The Commission on the Arts and Humanity previous support has allowed the DC Center to provide many venues and opportunities through funding from the PEF grant. We were able to present Real Affirmations, Washington, D.C.'s International LGBTQ Film Festival and monthly film series, Outright, Washington, D.C.'s Literary Festival and Events, D.C. Queer Theater Festival and Events, Arty Queers, Washington, D.C.'s indoor LGBTQ art market, as well as quarterly installations of extraordinary artwork in our Center Arts Gallery. The Mayor's Office on LGBTQ Affairs and Humanity DC have been supportive, but more substantial funding from the Commission on the Arts and Humanities is necessary to maintain these longstanding community staples. At 9% of the population, DC has the largest percentage of residents who openly identify as LGBTQ in the country. Our LGBTQ community members are repeatedly excluded from artistic opportunities and representation. Without this much needed funding, Our LGBTQ+ films, literary masterpieces, paintings, multi-genre artwork, and life stories will not be shared, seen, nor heard. These stories are necessary for affirmation, for creating solidarity, for creating a level of validity the world does not freely give. This funding will also provide for fair and equitable compensation to where LGBTQ+ creatives can live in dignity and provide for themselves and their families. We all know that equal opportunity for LGBTQ individuals are neither equal, fair, and certainly not abundant. One of the many needs of our LGBTQ artists, especially our trans, BIPOC, and non-binary artists, is fair compensation and recognition. Offering artists ample exposure of their work and artist fees to our artisans is paramount to us, and we have demonstrated a fierce and consistent commitment to ensure LGBTQ+ creatives are compensated for their creations and receive the recognition they deserve. Our programs foster inclusive, diverse, and creative outlets and opportunities. Our work focuses on individuals that are marginalized, unrepresented, and disproportionately impacted in our community. A vital component of our mission is to ensure that many of our LGBTQIA siblings see themselves in the art that we represent and are able to access the many opportunities we offer. And we do this by employing a small yet mighty team of individuals, as well as volunteers from different cultural backgrounds, as well as from all across the LGBTQ spectrum. Our extensive outreach and community partnerships are also a value add to help the Center Arts achieve inclusivity, access, and representation. I have personally firsthand seen and felt and experienced the life change and the life shift in people's core after they've lived a Center Arts experience, after they've had the opportunity to see and listen to other community members just like them.
You're over your time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I do have a copy of your statement. I didn't say this at the beginning, but if you're in gallery view, there's a clock in the top row. The next witness is Maureen Dwyer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I'm Maureen Dwyer, the Executive Director of Sitar Arts Center. We're a nonprofit that provides accessible arts learning to DC's children and teens from low-income households. We are very pleased to see the increased budget for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities in FY23, and it really demonstrates the impact of the dedicated percentage of sales tax. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the council members for instituting it and upholding this practice. We also appreciate the transparency of the specific percentages of the budget dedicated to overall administration as opposed to percentage for grants, especially for general operating support and FAB. It really helps us as arts organizations to better understand our present and our future. 80% of Sitar students are from households earning 60% or less of median income. Sitar is growing in response to expressed community need. We're adding additional space next door in order to build out an intensive arts-based workforce development program for 18 to 24-year-old district residents. A generous FAB grant in 2020 was essential to this growth, and we thank you. Today, I'm also speaking on behalf of members of the DC Arts Education Alliance. We are 17 community anchor arts organizations whose core missions are dedicated to education. We collaborate together both for advocacy and in programming. Many of our members saw increases in FY22 for our operating budget. We realized that there were factors in play in FY22 due to the pandemic, and we look forward to seeing how the budgeting for sizes and income tiers will emerge. And we would love to be included in that conversation and hope that it will inclusively consider the essential needs of all organizations, small, medium, and large size budgets. In response to the pandemic and the increase in disconnected youth, as an alliance, we are creating programming, collective impact programming, to build out a program for skills and confidence in the creative industries. It is spearheaded by Theater Lab, Life Pieces to Masterpieces, and Capitol Hill Arts Workshop. And Sitar and many other alliance members are key contributors. Through an arts education to workforce pipeline and socio-emotional healing, our Arts Institute for Creative Advancement will provide support for disengaged youth and young adults on their path to careers. We are excited to share that we recently learned that the DC Share Foundation will provide a $250,000 matching grant to get us started and launch the program in 2023. We look forward to working with the commission as well as DOES, the Deputy Mayor of Education's office, and other district agencies to ensure that DC youth have access to career pathways in the creative industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. Mary Brown.
Oh, she's not.
Why am I not seeing or hearing from her?
We're trying to reach her now.
She
I'm
just,
sorry, can you hear me now? I think I was on as a panelist.
yeah, yes.
Okay, I'm ready. Yeah. So good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am here as the co-founder and executive director of Life Pieces to Masterpieces, where for 26 years now, we have been developing character and leadership, unlocking potential, and preparing our Black boys and young men from Ward 7 and 8 to transform their lives and communities. We are founding members of the DC Arts Education Alliance and sit on the steering committee. And as Maureen just stated, this alliance is a group of 17 community arts organizations that are bound together for a common cause. Over the past 2 years, we have seen the collective trauma our young people have been through, many of whom are still trying to process their grief. It's a daily reminder that the effort to support young people right now is a collective effort that requires all of us. And so the 17 DC Arts Education Alliance organizations all receive funding from the Commission and all use that funding to expand access to the arts for DC youth, adults, and families. At Life Pieces to Masterpieces specifically, we received a substantial increase of which we are grateful. Grateful to this council, grateful to the commission, and definitely grateful to our mayor, Mayor Bowser. That increase in general operating support truly enabled us to cope with the rising costs associated with supporting our youth in the arts through a pandemic, while also giving our young people the opportunity to explore new art forms and discover and activate their innate creative abilities. Our programs here at Life Pieces have always been 100% free for our youth and families, including providing their safe transportation from school and taking them home each day, meaning we completely rely on philanthropic and external funding. With this general operating grant support increase, we explored new partnerships, as well as working with the Theater Lab, with Life Stories, definitely working with Free Minds, and Capitol Hill Arts Workshop and Sitar Arts Center, amazing partners. So, our partners in arts and education has stepped up tremendously. Critical exposure, expanded one-on-one time with students, and listen to feedback from youth and families to increase their support and shift program times to fit their needs. Our partner, the Theater Lab, trained their summer camp counselors in trauma-responsive classroom techniques as a way of mitigating the stress and anxiety young people are managing. Free Minds Book Club helped their members submit writing for national publications, many of which were accepted. And then, of course, Levine School of Levine Music increased tuition support and introduced new COVID-safe technology to safely bring students back in studio. And Sitar Arts Center has systematically partnered with other organizations to deliver and now integrate creative therapies into all they do. We are grateful for the commission to help all DC residents access the arts and humanities, and we can see the impact that it has. We are excited by the proposed increase at the commission funding, with commission funding, and encourage that funding to continue to support community-based organizations that are facilitating those experiences, especially for those youth, adults, and families east of the river. We thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I want to remind folks, please keep an eye on the clock. The next witness is Allie Bird, also from Life Pieces to Masterpieces.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. I'm Allie Bird, and I'm the Mission Advancement Team Director at Life Pieces to Masterpieces. As Mary testified, we are a youth development and mentoring organization in Ward 7 that harnesses the power of creative expression to develop character and leadership, unlock potential, and prepare Black boys and young men to transform their lives and their communities. We are testifying on behalf of our youth today, and also on behalf of the DC Arts Education Alliance, where we sit on the steering committee. We have enjoyed a long relationship with the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, and we're excited to see the increased budget for the commission for FY 2023. For 26 years, Life Pieces to Masterpieces has positively changed the trajectory of the lives of our young people, and their artwork is displayed in venues ranging from DC libraries to museums, hospitals, and corporate offices. At the core of everything we do at Life Pieces is our premise that love plus security plus expression equals life. Authentic self-expression is a core piece of our collective humanity, and it is made possible when we are in a space where we know we're safe, loved, and cared for. In order to create an environment of love, security, and expression where we can support children emotionally, physically, and mentally, we as an organization need to be healthy and secure ourselves. The increase we received in general operating support from the Commission in FY 2022 was immensely important to our ability to adapt and thrive despite the uncertainty around us in the pandemic. It also allowed us to build the organizational capacity to serve increasing numbers of young people as we enter a growth phase for greater impact in the community. Substantial research supports the role of arts-based programming in fostering well-being and resilience. The National Endowment for the Arts found that disadvantaged children with high levels of arts engagement showed more positive outcomes on indicators such as school grades, test scores, and high school graduation rates. For youth dealing with trauma or victimization, including exposure to violence, creating art can strengthen a child's problem-solving skills, autonomy, sense of purpose, and social competence. It is vital that arts funding for community-based organizations continues to grow throughout the district. It's equally vital that equitable funding reaches the east of the river to the children and adults who are farthest from access to the arts and to the Black-led organizations that serve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Akoshwa Ali.
Greetings, Chairman and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the Commission on the Arts and Humanities FY23 budget. My name is Akoshwa Ali. I am the president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. I'm a Ward 7 resident, most importantly. The NAACP fights for racial equity and economic empowerment for Black communities. When we talk about racial equity, we're talking about funding opportunities and access to resources directly impacting the lives of Black people. In the district, we urge you to increase the Commission's FY23 budget by 18% to provide increased funding to support the arts and humanities. The Commission has a responsibility to equitably invest in artists and art institutions across all 8 wards. Historically, this Commission has failed to properly invest in Black artists and Black communities east of the river. However, under the transformative leadership of the Commission's new chairman, Reginald Van Lee, and with an increased FY23 budget, we can advance racial justice, ensuring funding reaches more Black artists in the district's most vulnerable communities. There's slight progress in grant awards year to date compared to FY20, when only 2% went towards 7, up to 6% now in FY22. But in FY22, we also see 29% of grant funding went toward to, so we can do better. An example of the Commission's recent work in Ward 8 includes supporting the Blacks in Wax performance at the ARC in Ward 8. I personally attended and witnessed the tremendous impact that equitable funding can have in East of the River communities. These young performers were all Ward 8 residents from the Recreation Wish List Committee and Southeast Tennis and Learning Center. The performances were absolutely amazing, heartfelt, and personally caused me to shed several tears as they portrayed iconic civil rights leaders such as Dorothy Irene Height, Ida B. Wells, Bessie Coleman, Madam C.J. Walker, and others. Their training, poise, and their demonstrated artistic ability highlighted Black history and Black excellence. It highlighted the importance of investing in these communities. I want to commend seeing Chairman Reginald Van Lee, several commissioners, and the executive director present, which showed the importance of being visible in supporting these communities and particularly advancing the impact in Ward 8. When these organizations have increased opportunities for economic empowerment, all of our communities win. On behalf of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch, we strongly urge you to implement these budget actions to ensure that more funds reach Black artists in the district's most vulnerable communities. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Ali. Christy Walzer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Christy Walzer. I'm the Executive Director of Project Create and a member of the DC Arts Education Alliance. I'm here to support robust funding for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, especially as it provides support for arts education organizations in DC. Project Create provides opportunities for creative youth development through accessible, multidisciplinary arts education to empower young people and amplify their voices. We collaborate with children, youth, and families in an inclusive and supportive community where art is healing and transformative. For 28 years, Project Create has worked in partnership with social service organizations that offer emergency, transitional, and long-term housing to youth and families experiencing homelessness, as well as with out-of-school time community-based partners in underserved district neighborhoods east of the river. Since 2015, Project Create has provided visual, performing, and digital media arts education and art therapy at our own art center in the Ward 8 Anacostia community. All of our year-round out-of-school time programs are 100% free for more than 1,000 children and youth each year. Project Create relies on Commission funding to support our commitment to free, high-quality arts education. We need consistent, reliable funding to guarantee access to every student who wants to participate and to expand programming to our current students. In FY22, the Commission prioritized increased funding for small arts organizations like Project Create. We saw our general operating support grant increase from $78,000 in FY21 to $140,000 in FY22. The impact of this increase on Project Create's capacity cannot be overstated. For the first time in our 28-year history, we are now able to hire a development staff member, a critical addition to support our organizational growth and sustain a healthy infrastructure. Thanks to the Commission's increased investment in Project Create, we can leverage these new grant funds to enhance our development capacity and hopefully guarantee a good, long, and healthy life for this organization, which means so much to so many. We're grateful that the Mayor's FY23 budget expands the Commission's budget. We know that the Council too believes in the vital role that the arts play in making Washington, D.C. the great city that it is. Thank you so much to you, Chairman Mendelson, for your strong, steadfast support for the arts. We hope that this increase in funding can be maintained, especially to ensure that all children and youth, no matter their zip codes, will have consistent access to high quality, affordable arts education in Washington, D.C. over the long term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Walzer. Jenny Billfield.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. Thank you for your support for the arts and for welcoming this testimony. I appeared before you just a few weeks ago at the budget oversight hearing, so I won't duplicate what I said there. But Mr. Chair, as I reflect upon the past year and look forward, I find myself straddling multiple perspectives simultaneously: pride, optimism, and worry. Pride. I'm incredibly proud of our creative community, our resilience, and the determination in the face of extraordinary challenges wrought by the pandemic and structural social injustice. I'm proud of our collective action and your support and the mayor's support that years ago resulted in dedicated funding for the commission that has more than doubled in the past 10 years and is budgeted for $45 million in this coming fiscal year. We lead the nation in art support, and the grants and emergency funds supported by these taxpayer dollars early in the pandemic provided a lifeline for individuals and organizations that contribute to our culture and local economy. I feel a sense of optimism about the Commission's strategic, goal-driven focus on equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Grant programs and real dollars are attached to achieving those goals, and I applaud the task force, commissioner, staff, and Chairman Van Lee for their work and vision. This has resulted in capacity building grants for many organizations, including a significant number of first-time grantees. And I believe that the partnerships that are forged with the new capacity building initiative will measurably address the structural inequities in funding and operational scope that have existed in our community. This resonates especially deeply with us at Washington Performing Arts. Embedded in our mission, and especially in our arts education and Mars Arts DC program, is a commitment to ensure we provide opportunities that rise to meet the level of talent that exists in our community. And yet I worry. I'm concerned about the impact of unpredictable commission grant funding on the ability of organizations such as ours to restore crucial positions and rescale programs that are valued and needed by our community and partners. I fear that one-time emergency funding, such as the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, has masked some of the immediate impact that many organizations sustained when their commission grants were reduced by 50 or 60% this year, and that we will feel this most acutely in FY23 and 24 when the SVOG grants no longer exist. The DC Commission funds for general operating support a myriad of expenses. In the case of Washington Performing Arts, our DC-based staff, teaching artists for our education programs, and support for local artists as we direct public funding to DC-based programs and administrative and artistic staff. To meet restored levels of need and demand in our community, we need to restore our capacity, and funding is available to do this. Thriving institutions of all sizes will be needed to restore and restabilize our creative economy, and we have a long way to go. It's been bumpy. But with an increase of $6 million in taxpayer funding projected for the arts in FY23, I hope that the Council and Arts Commission will dedicate some of this money to a year of restoration bridge funding alongside continued support for organizations that have recently received capacity building grants. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Schofield. Stephen Bedoin, and I should know how to pronounce your last name, and I apologize.
That's all right, Chairman. It's Baudouin.
Mr. Baudouin.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Council. I'm Stephen Baudouin, Executive Director of the Washington Chorus. We're in our 61st season. As a DC-based chorus, we've earned 2 Grammy Awards for our work. We produce programs that serve residents from all 8 wards of the district. And today, believe it or not, we are the only symphonic chorus in the country to be led by a Black American as our artistic director, Dr. Eugene Rogers. And I want to start by publicly thanking the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, led by Chairman Reggie Van Lee, for its support of the entire, and I do mean the entire, DC creative ecology. And I thank the Commission for support through its General Operating Grant Award and Budget Enhancement Grants. And these grants have allowed us at the Washington Chorus to persist, to rebuild, and to move toward growth in a time of enormous uncertainty. And I especially want to take this opportunity to discuss why we support the Commission's continued evolution and their budget recommendation for FY23. Great to see it expand. And ultimately, Chairman, it all comes down to this, which is pepperoni. Yes, I'm going to be talking to you today about pepperoni. And why am I doing that? I'm talking to you about pepperoni because there's been a lot of chatter in our community, in the arts world, about this pepperoni, and a lot of conversations about how much pepperoni, and arguments even within our arts industry and our arts community about who has access to the pepperoni, and editorials that question the size and the distribution of the pepperoni. And there's so much obsession with how this pepperoni has been distributed. And much of this obsession stems from the hungry mouths of those individuals that are most concerned with this question: how much is on my slice? Now, I want to state something that is pretty obvious, which is that in the arts industry, our biggest competitors are not each other. Our biggest competitors are non-customers. That's the universe of hundreds of thousands of DC residents who don't yet participate in our programs. And if we want the arts and creativity to survive and thrive, then we better start with understanding these customers, these non-customers rather, and getting them in the door. And the arguments about the distribution of pepperoni, we hope they're behind us because they have been a complete distraction. We stand in support of the Commission's continued evolution in its equity-minded grant making, and we do so as my organization has had a 53% reduction in our general operating grant award from last year to this year. We are a $2.3 million annual budget. Ultimately, we want to know how good is the pizza, and we trust the Commission to get the pepperoni right so that what is getting served up is delicious for all of us. So thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Boudouin. Keela Norris. Is she here? Yes.
I am here. Greetings, Chairman Middleton, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the Commission on the Arts and Humanities Fiscal Year 23 budget. My name is Tila Norris, Director of Program Operations for the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. The NAACP is the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization and has championed the fight for racial justice and equity for over 112 years. The NAACP's mission is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic empowerment of African Americans to eliminate racial.
You just muted.
I'm sorry. And has championed the fight for racial justice and equity for over 112 years. The NAACP's mission is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic empowerment of African Americans and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. Today, the NAACP is a fierce advocate committed to fighting for funding, resources, and policies to positively impact Black lives. This commission executes funding supporting the arts and humanities, which is critical to sustaining working artists and art organizations across the district. The commission also has an ongoing responsibility to equitably invest in artists and art institutions across all 8 wards of the district. Historically, this commission has failed to properly invest in Black artists and Black communities east of the river. Today, with the leadership of the commission's newly appointed chair, Mr. Reginald Van Lee, and with adequate funding, the opportunity exists to transform the impact of this commission's work, ensuring resources reach more Black artists in the district's most vulnerable communities. The NAACP requests you aggressively prioritize implementation of the 44 recommendations from the Task Force on Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, approved unanimously by the Commission in January 2021. The NAACP urges your continued financial support of the Commission on the Arts of Humanities, commitment to equitable funding spanning east of the river, supporting organizations such as the Recreation Wish List Committee and Southeast Tennis Learning Center's Black and Wax Performance, featuring highly talented student from Ward 8 with demonstrated artistic talent and stage presence. The NAA requests that the fiscal year 23 budget supports grants focused on capacity building and sustainability to build a more diverse ecosystem. We request that the 2023 budget include a fully competitive grant-making process for all, but set aside grants for disadvantaged institutions in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And request you expand the focus of arts education to better include seniors, citizens with disabilities, returning citizens, veterans, and other diverse communities. We request you expand the budget of public arts programs, such as the Marion Berry Mural Project and Sidewalk Safety Project, which have positive and uplifting impacts on Black and Brown communities. On behalf of the Washington, D.C. branch of the NAACP, we strongly urge you to implement these budget actions to ensure the Commission has the resources needed to support funding, reaching more Black artists in the district's most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. Maggie Fitzpatrick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Maggie Fitzpatrick, and I am Vice Chairperson of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. I also have the distinct honor to serve as Chair of the Public Arts Committee. CAH's Executive Committee is a diverse group of individuals who come from varied backgrounds and lived experiences. Despite these differences, the Executive Committee asks that I come before you today as Vice Chair to express our strong, unified voice and to underscore our collective optimism and excitement about the path ahead. As you know, over the past year, we have confronted entrenched inequities, and the entire board of the Commission is working diligently as a group to advance a more inclusive arts and humanities environment across the district. We are working on revamping the structure of our grants, developing new educational programs, and building a vibrant, equitable, creative economy for all of the residents of the district. To this end, we've identified institutional barriers, established a new governance structure with a first-time governments committee. We've elected and seated our executive committee, and we've detailed roadmaps to further our progress. We've rolled up our sleeves and examined ways to better optimize our service to district artists and arts organizations. As a result of the equity plan we drafted and adopted, CAH is more diverse in its arts panels, is more geographically expansive in its funding, and importantly, new artists are benefiting from our grant dollars. The agency is also on the cusp of retaining a DC-based public relations agency to help deepen and enliven engagement with all parts of our community. Chairperson Van Lee is a focused and fully engaged leader, encouraging our committee chairs and our commission members to innovate, collaborate, and deliver. We are a deeply committed group of volunteer public servants who share the singular goal of achieving excellence for arts and humanities in our nation's capital. We understand there is more work to do, and we endeavor to lead the nation in pursuit of arts excellence. As the creative community continues to recover during this unprecedented pandemic, we felt it was important to come before you today and extend a collaborative hand to the full council and to reassert our desire to work together. We are committed and focused on always acting as good stewards of our city's substantial arts funding, and we recognize our important responsibility to optimally serve all of our constituents across the city. Thank you in advance to the council, to the mayor, and in particular to this committee for your partnership and for your steadfast support of our efforts. We are deeply appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. I was going to ask who's on the committee, but that's at the bottom of your statement. So I have that answer. Thank you. I had a question for either of the witnesses from the NAACP. That would be either Ms. Ali or Ms. Teal, excuse me, Teal and Norris.
Yes, sir.
Both of you said the same thing, which is that you want me or the committee or the council to prioritize, implement the 44 recommendations from the task force. What recommendations are you speaking of?
The recommendations that came out of the equity committee in 2021.
I'm familiar, but what recommendations has the council not implemented?
So specifically, many of those recommendations were to focus on a lot of the issues that were raised today, really looking at the set-asides, but overall looking to ensure that resources and grants are more distributed across the city. We can get you more specific examples once I have an opportunity to review those recommendations and the status of implementing each of them. But we know that many of them have not been implemented. So us urging you to actually look at the budget through the lens of those recommendations that came out of that equity task force is what we're lifting up.
Well, I appreciate that, but if you were at, and I don't remember if you were at the performance hearing 3 weeks ago, I asked the chair of the commission if there were any recommendations from the task force left council to implement, and his answer was no. When you talk about grants, those are decisions by the commission, not the council.
Yes, so our specific budget request is with regards to increasing the commission's budget by about 17 to 18%. That is really what the proposed budget increase is, and that we are urging support for that from the council and not looking to cut it. And with that increased budget will also come with it the capacity with regards to grants. So we're not asking the council to have an impact on grant outcomes. However, this is for the budget for FY23. So we're urging you to increase and support the increased budget without any cuts there so that the commission can continue to do its work in implementing these recommendations and ensuring that grants are allocated equitably across the city.
Well, Ms. Sally, my question to you is what recommendations of the task force has the council not implemented? I don't believe that the task force spoke to the budget or recommending an increase. You do know that the funding for the commission is a dedicated revenue source, and that revenue source has gone up by roughly 30% in 3 years, maybe?
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, I am aware
We would have to
of
amend the law to increase it further.
So to your question, yes, I am aware of that. Your initial question was with regards to why are we referencing these recommendations specifically for the commission and with regards to the budget. So with this being the FY23 budget hearing, the crux of the NAACP's position is to support the increased budget 17 to 18% over previous years. And with that budget increase will come its capacity to support the communities that we referenced. Within that, you asked the question about the status of implementing those recommendations and which recommendations have not been implemented. That's something that Chairman Reginald Van Lee can respond directly to. My understanding is that all of the recommendations have not been implemented in their entirety. But at this time, I cannot provide you the level of detail that you're requesting, but the chairman can, or we will provide it in our written testimony. If you are looking for that level of detail, we can amend it and provide it to you for the record.
All right, I was just trying to understand your testimony. As I said, I'm reading your testimony. The NAACP requests you, that would be me, prioritize aggressively implementing the 44 recommendations from the Task Force on Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. As I said, the chairman of the commission at the oversight hearing, when I asked him, said that the council has implemented all the recommendations that are for the council to implement. You spoke to how grants are made, but that's not a decision of the council. That's a decision of the commission. So there are recommendations there for us to implement. That's for the commission to implement. I'm not aware of any recommendations from the task force for the council. And if there are any that have not been implemented, that would be for the commission. That's why I was asking what specifically you were thinking of for the council to implement. As for the budget is based on dedicated revenue source. That's a change we made a couple of years ago. The council does not increase or reduce the budget because it's a dedicated revenue source. A few years ago, meaning maybe about 6 years ago, the budget was maybe just under 20 million. For next year, it will be 45 million. So that's an increase of more than 100%. If you compare the actual last year, which was probably around 36 million, and 31 million, in 2020, with what's proposed for next year, which is 45 million, that's a 50% increase. So that's why I was asking why you would be asking for an 18% increase on top of that. Just to clarify where I was coming from with my question.
I understand your question, and just to reiterate and clarify for the record, the NAACP supports a 18% increase of the budget, understanding what you have spelled out, and we understand the upward trajectory of the budget over the years, but there is a need to continue to support the art and humanities communities with being intentional in supporting the budget. So yes, we strongly urge your continued support and increased budget for the FY23 budget over previous years. We thank you for your support up until now, but we also are urging you to increase the budget to continue to push forward as we have made some progress, but we have additional work to do. So I thank you for your support on that.
Thank you, Ms. Ali.
You're very welcome.
I don't have any other questions for this, for any of you. I do want to thank you for your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the Chair of the Commission, Reggie Van Lee, and the Executive Director, Haran Sareki Baran.
Hello?
Give me a second.
Great.
Sorry to make you wait there. Chair Van Lee, do you go first, or does the Executive Director go first?
I'm going to go first and save the best for last.
Okay. Two of you are done. We will judge.
Good. Shall I proceed?
Well, it depends on who does the better performance, I guess. We're talking.
Well, you'll have to judge. You'll have to judge.
Okay, please proceed.
Good. Chairman Middleton and distinguished members of the Committee of the Whole, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities Fiscal Year 2023 proposed budget. My name is Reggie Van Lee, Chair of the Commission. I'm an African-American man. I'm wearing a blue suit, white shirt, and colorful tie. At the Commission, we describe ourselves when speaking for the benefit of our visually impaired constituents. On behalf of Director Sareka Rahan and myself, we acknowledge that we're on the ancestral homelands of the Nacotchtank, Anacostine, and Piscataway peoples, the first residents of what would become the District of Columbia. The Commission's proposed budget for FY23 is over $45 million, the largest in the agency's 53-year history. I thank the many arts workers who I know have advocated tirelessly over the years for increased funding to the agency, as well as the government officials and lawmakers who listened to those advocates and got us where we are today. Grant-making institutions sometimes cleave to the adage, all boats rise on even tide. It's a notion that grant award amounts increase in relation to an increase in the source of funding, and all grantees benefit equally. While that seems logical enough on paper, the reality may be quite different. Studies published by the Bridgespan Group in 2019 and the Casey Foundation in 2022 indicate that many smaller budget organizations, a number of which are BIPOC-led, often lack the resources necessary to adequately cover indirect costs associated with the grant award, costs not covered by the grant funds themselves, the organization's overhead. Not only did these small organizations lack resources, but the Casey Foundation also discovered that small organizations had a larger median overhead rate than did organizations with larger budgets. This inverse relationship between organizational budget size and indirect cost rate is likely due to economies of scale achieved at larger organizations. In order to make grants that are capable of supporting an organization and advancing its mission, small organizations often require greater funding amounts in proportion to their budget than a larger organization. Such an approach to grant making aligns with the definition of equity employed in the work of the Commission's Task Force on Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, which stated, equity is giving everyone what they need to be successful. Equity is not the same as treating everyone the same. Equity is operating from the understanding that individuals arrive in a given situation from very different starting points. However, investing in success involves more than just increased funding. We must equip grantees with the resources and business skills needed to achieve success beyond applying for grants. We must teach them how to fish, as it were. For many years, the agency has presented a professional development series called The Business of the Arts, aimed primarily at small organizations and individuals. The series presents workshops on topics such as fundraising, marketing, copywriting, and so forth. Workshops are often co-presented with organizations like Washington Area Lawyers for the Arts and the DC Department of Small and Local Business Development. Also, for many years, the agency has presented 2 capacity building grant programs, Upstart and Liftoff. These programs not only provide grant funding to organizations, they provide a consultant to work with the organization to assess their needs and develop a plan for how to assess those needs. Building on the success of these initiatives, we look to focus even more on capacity building and professional development programs as a way to provide support for grantees' stability and sustainability. We're developing a program wherein larger, more established grantees work with smaller organizations to help develop the business skills needed for success, while the smaller organizations provide insight and feedback to the larger organizations on issues such as accessibility, equity, and inclusion. We see the potential for some meaningful partnerships with impactful changes to be developed through this program, which would contribute greatly to the long-term sustainability of the arts and cultural sector. If the question is ever raised, who are the constituents of the Arts Commission? The natural response is the district's artists and cultural organizations. And while this is of course true, it is not the whole truth. The first of the commission's powers enumerated in the Commission on the Arts and Humanities Act of 1975 states, the commission shall take action concerning the needs of the residents of the District of Columbia for activities in the arts and humanities. The needs of the residents are met by the work of our grantees, and the action the commission must take is to ensure those organizations are given adequate support that allows them to continue to meet the needs, both small and large and medium organizations, because all serve different needs in the district. And so it is not simply enough for our organization to get by from year to year. There's a saying that nonprofit is a tax designation. It's not a business model. While a career in the arts is typically unlikely to make anyone rich, there's no reason for society to continue to hold on to the dated, twisted notion of the starving artist. It's my belief that this commission, with these generous funds, will be able to fairly and equitably award grants that provide a right-sized amount of support to individuals, small organizations, medium organizations, and large organizations that will help them all enjoy a sense of stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. Cherokee Braun.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I feel like this is not a fair competition, but Chairman Van Lee's across the table, so maybe we can negotiate here. My name.
Should probably turn off your computer, not turn off the computer, but mute it because there's a little bit of feedback.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members, staff and community members. My name is Heran Serek Abrahan. I'm a Black African Ethiopian woman wearing a dark suit. I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, the designated state arts agency for the District of Columbia. I'd like to express my appreciation to all the representatives of the arts and cultural sector that offered testimony today. We enjoy receiving praise, of course, and we welcome criticism as we continually strive to provide the best service possible. The fiscal year 2023 proposed budget for the Commission on the Arts and Humanities of $45,202,000 is not only the largest budget in the agency's history, it stands to be approximately the 5th largest budget of the 56 state and jurisdictional arts agencies, not on a per capita basis, where we consistently are ranked number 1, but on the basis of total legislative appropriations, dollar to dollar, based on fiscal year 22 figures. Of the 50 or so state arts agencies with budgets less than that proposed for the DC Arts Commission, 27, more than half, receive under 2 million in total legislative appropriations for the year, again, based on FY22 figures. I share this today to contextualize and further illustrate the landscape of public funding for the arts, and to again express my deepest gratitude to this government for taking the arts seriously and recognizing their value and importance for the city. I also want to remind our constituents and colleagues that due to the particular nature of how the agency is funded, this budget amount is based on projected sales tax revenues collected over the course of the upcoming year. Fluctuations in the budget are possible from month to month. And while the agency's budget has seen increases in each of the last several years, it would not be fiscally responsible of me to assume that the fiscal year 24 budget would be either level with or a significant increase over the projected budget for fiscal year 23. I say this to hopefully manage expectations for the future as we discuss this increased budget for FY23. How then will we invest these funds in a manner that is responsible, impactful, and ultimately beneficial to not only the sector, but to the district as a whole? At last year's budget hearing for the agency, I stated the need for the legislated National Capital Arts Cohort, NACAC, grant to be discontinued and replaced with a robust general operating support grant with tiered funding amounts based on grantees' budget size. A number of our grantees who testified at that hearing expressed their support for such an approach, and the council amended the legislation to allow it to happen. Earlier this month at the agency's performance oversight hearing, we heard from grantees who applauded the direction that the Commission was taking with its allocations of general operating support funding and how that had ensured their survival and resilience, and we heard the same today. We also heard from grantees that had previously been included in the now dissolved National Capital Arts Cohort, who expressed concern that their funding decreased by a greater amount than anticipated, causing additional strain just as they struggled with reopening to in-person audiences. Of course, it's never the intention of this agency to place undue burdens on our grantees. And while their GOS grant was markedly less than they'd received under the NACAC grant, for many, it was still more funding than they'd received in general operating funds in the years before NACAC, excluding any special line item grants. On average, the 22 National Capital Arts Cohort grantees saw a reduction of 54% in general operating support funding from fiscal year 21 to 22. When comparing the funding received by those organizations in fiscal year 19, the year immediately before the cohort's establishment, they're receiving on average a 96% increase in funding in fiscal year 22. I say this not to rationalize the board's decision regarding the funding tiers for the GOS grant, but rather to highlight the need for more consistency and predictability in our grant awards year after year. The legislation that reestablished the Commission as an independent agency also provided the statutory power to make multi-year grants. To date, we've not tried to implement this type of grant program yet. However, we believe the new legislated general operating support cohort provides an appropriate vehicle for multi-year funding. To this end, we've begun investigating best practices and procedures from national and local government agency experiences. We're also exploring the technical details involved in tracking funds year over year with our colleagues from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to make this option a reality. We understand the desire of many of our longtime grantees to have a guaranteed level of grant funding year after year. It allows organizations to engage in more thoughtful and sustained strategic planning by providing a measure of financial stability. And while we cannot promise consistent funding every year into perpetuity, we may be able to offer a 3-year grant that is perhaps similar in application and reporting structure to the agency's own multi-year partnership grant with the National Endowment for the Arts. To be eligible for the General Operating Support Grant, a nonprofit cultural organization must have previously been awarded a project-based grant from the Commission. This raises the question, how does an organization become eligible for a project grant? How do they even learn about such an opportunity? The agency has used a variety of channels to inform prospective applicants about our grant opportunities over the years, including email and social media marketing, paid advertisement, earned media, word of mouth, and so forth. These efforts have resulted in a positive trend in both the number of grant applications received and the number of new CAH grantees over the last 5 years. Now in FY22, in accordance with a recommendation from the Commission's Task Force on Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, we're finalizing a contract with a communications firm that will help us deepen our public engagement and cast the widest net possible for prospective grantees. This initiative aligns with other efforts to strengthen our public programming and community outreach I detailed during our performance hearing. With this additional support, we will augment our existing outreach efforts with grassroots community mapping and interaction, thereby identifying and reaching potential applicants and grantees from historically marginalized groups and those that are perhaps less connected to the government and less aware of what we have to offer. By investing in this type of focused community outreach, we hope to increase both the total number and diversity of eligible applicants to our annual grant programs. Finally, it's also worth noting that we've been engaged in a close reading of our grant application materials to ensure that the application itself is not an unnecessary barrier to applying for funding. Over the past year, agency staff have worked with the Grants Management Division within the Office of the City Administrator to identify ways in which our applications may be simplified and standardized and workflows streamlined while ensuring that we are in compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Currently, we're looking into opportunities to beta test redesigned grant application materials in order to gain additional feedback as we work to make this application process as open and accessible as possible. Prior to implementing any major changes to a grant program, we intend to socialize our plans with current grantees to engage them more fully in the process and ensure that the grants are relevant and actionable for them. This concludes my testimony, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you. Give me a second here. Chairman Van Lee, you were chair of the Task Force on Equity and Inclusion. I asked you this question before, but you might have heard some of the testimony from the public witnesses. So I'm going to ask you this question again. Are there any recommendations that from the task force that the council has not fulfilled?
The specific things we talked about in the last hearing were the two areas where the council was most helpful and did something very specific was the revision of the Budget Support Act that took away the NACOC designation, et cetera, and the paying of our panelists so that we could get more people onto those panels, a more diverse set of panels. What we do need, though, is the approval of this budget increase, because in that is the ability to fund the continued implementation of those task force recommendations. Not all 44 have been completely implemented. We have programs for them, and the funding for those are included in this increase in budget.
Okay, well, yes, to be sure, we have to approve a budget, but that's not something that we haven't done. That's something that is now before us to do.
Exactly.
But there are no other recommendations that are sitting here at the council for us to do.
Well, none of the recommendations were sitting at the council other than revising the Budget Support Act and increasing or rather paying the panelists.
Yeah.
Those were two of the 44 recommendations, though.
Okay, and the proposed budget, and actually, is your agency fiscal officer here? Because I had a question for him.
Yes, yes.
What's the name?
Brian Alide?
No, Daraja is the AFO.
I'm sorry.
Brian is the in-house, the CAH. Daraja Balai is the AFO.
This is a budget hearing, so I have a technical question or three.
Yes. Yes, he's coming on now.
Is that how you pronounce the first name?
Daraja.
Daraja.
Good afternoon, Daraja Balai.
The proposed budget is $45,202,000. Almost all of that is dedicated tax revenue. Looking at table 2, the dedicated taxes are $44,399,000. It's like 44.4. The budget's based on the revenue estimates. The revenue estimates show that the revenue estimate for this dedicated tax is $43,141,000. Can you explain that difference?
So the revenue forecast for FY23 is 39.3 million. However, we used from the prior year fund balance 5 million. It gives us to the 44.3 million.
Is the dedicated tax revenue, does it go into a non-lapsing fund?
Yes, it's a non-lapsing fund.
Okay, so why doesn't the budget reflect what the proposed revenue is?
So the agency director decided to use the available non-lapsing funding of 5 million from the balance to include it to part of the FY23 for budget.
So if revenues come in greater than that, there won't be budget authority to spend it, correct?
Yes, correct. We need to request additional budget authority.
Ms. Sharkey Baran, can you speak to this?
Yes, Chairman Mendoza, we have asked to pull in the $5 million from our dedicated fund balance into our FY23 budget. We're going to be requesting that for FY23.
Why didn't you go with the higher number, which would reflect the estimated revenues?
The estimated revenues, if I'm getting your question right, the estimated revenues for FY23 for the dedicated taxes is 39.3 million.
Not according to the February 28th revenue estimate.
I believe the budgets were formulated in October. I don't know if there's a difference between the two versions.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
I want you to spend
the higher amount.
No, not that I want you to spend shamelessly, but the mayor's budget is based on the February 28th revenue estimates, and the February 28th revenue estimates say for the Commission on Arts and Humanities, general sales tax will bring in $43,141,000. So I think I have my answer.
Okay.
Okay. You formulated your budget last fall, and
based
you
on October
estimate then, which was lower, and then you added 5 million, and that will still leave fund balance.
Yes.
Roughly how much?
Close to 4.8 million in dedicated tax. 4.8. 4.8 million. Yes.
And I might add, it might make sense that you wouldn't want to spend all of the estimated revenues, because what you experienced in 2020 was that suddenly the sales tax dropped.
It was dizzying, yes. And so we would like to at least hang on to some of that to meet our obligations until at least mid-year or a little beyond that.
Yes, but you won't have authority to spend the additional revenue.
We would request it when we need it. Yeah, we don't.
But
we
you'd have
wouldn't
to get
spend
the
it up front.
authority from the
Correct.
council in the budget.
Yes, because it's the highest, the higher amount, you'd have to approve it. Yes.
So I'm going to assume, but I'm going to ask this question anyway, that the budget request that that we're looking at is adequate. It's what you want.
Yes, for FY23 budget, that's what we're hoping to have approved. Yes.
Give me a second here. As your grant funding goes up, that's going to require more administrative cost, and there's an administrative cost cap. Is there any issue there, any pressure there?
We have requested 3 additional full-time employees for FY23. Our ratios seem to be working right now. We are prioritizing grants. And so for 2023, we would have, we're looking at a ratio of 82 to 18, 82 grants, 18% admin.
What is the cap?
I'm sorry, the cap?
Yeah.
It's 78-22, I believe. That's the legislative sort of up to 78% in grants and up to 22% in admin.
I think it is at least 78 in grants and up to 22 in administration.
There you go. Yes, at least and up to.
So you're within the cap on administrative costs.
We're within the cap, yes.
Okay. And so the 3 new FTEs will be of help. How many vacancies do you have right now?
Right now, we have a total of 5. Hang on, I'm going to give you the, yes. So we have a total of 5 vacancies in 22. And we're requesting 3 for 23, 3 additional FTEs for 23.
You lost me. You said 5 for 22. You mean you have 5 vacancies right now?
I'm actually counting because we have 1 additional one that came through. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm counting 7 for 22.
22 meaning fiscal
For
year.
FY this year, this fiscal year.
But that's
So
how
we've
many
had,
no, not how many have you had? How many do you have right now?
so we had 2 staff members start today. It's a total of 5 vacant positions right now.
Okay. And let me ask Mr. Belay, is there any salary lapse in this budget?
You mean the vacancy saving? Or
Yeah. Yes.
Current year to date, as of yesterday, we have vacancy saving of 276,000.
276?
Yes.
But is there in the budget formulated? Did you
No.
deduct for salary lapse?
No.
Did you submit any enhancement requests to the, excuse me,
Bless you.
try to mute myself when I do that. Sorry.
Happened too quick.
Do you submit any enhancement requests as part of the budget process?
No, we didn't.
For fiscal year 23, when do you intend to issue letters of intent to fund, to issue grants?
This year, we're back to our normal schedule. So our general operating support grant is going to go into panels in a week or so, and we'll be able to issue letters of intent to fund by April as normal. And the awards will be announced in October, on October 1st.
And the way that works is that, so for 23, organizations will have already submitted their applications?
Yes, that's already completed, and we're now going into panel review beginning next
And
week.
by the end of next month, by the end of April, you will have notified organizations. So let's say I'm one of them, Mendelssohn Art Group. You will send me a letter at the end of April that says you intend to give me a grant of, and you'll say the amount?
Yes, and the reason that is for is for organizations to make a decision on whether they're going to apply for the project-based grant programs. If they see the award amount and they think this is, they'd have to make a choice. They can't have both the general operating and the project-based grant options. And so that helps them make a decision and begin to plan.
Okay. But so let's say that you're going to give me a grant of $10,000. So I get a letter at the end of April that says, Mendelson, what did I call myself? Art organization, an intent to give me a $10,000 grant.
Yes.
So then what happens in October?
In October, you get the official notification that you've received the grant, and we begin the payment process for that for fiscal year 23. Yeah.
And I assume that the April letter has some caveats like, as long as we get the budget and as long as the money is there.
Yes, plenty of caveats.
So I can rely on it, but I have to keep my eyes open. Okay.
Yes.
Isn't that a little bit early though, when we're talking about accessibility?
So it syncs up with our May, end of April, early May launch of our FY23, all of our other grant programs. So the idea is that you get notification or a letter of intent ahead of the launch of all the other grant programs so that you can make an informed decision on whether you're going to go with your general operating support award or you're going to throw your hat in the ring for all the other grant programs. So that timing has to do with the cycle, the annual cycle of our grant programs.
And if I do go for a project grant, I don't lose the general operating support unless I get the project grant. Because you said you can only get one or the other.
Correct. So you'll make a decision on whether to apply or not apply for the new set of grant programs that would be announced in end of April or early May.
But I'm greedy, so I want to apply for the project one, the other grant program. I don't, by doing that, give up the general operating support. I only lose the general operating support if I get them. Am I understanding correctly?
Technically, I think most organizations will make a decision on whether or not they want to put in the work to apply for the project-based grants and patch it all together. And you figure I'll get more through the project-based grants if I do the project events and festivals, the EOR, the this, the that, 4 or 5 grants. It's basically to save them the time and the energy if they to make a decision on whether they want to apply. Because each has an application process and a panel process, and it's to ease the burden of that. Plus, not everyone is eligible for our GOS grant. Our general operating support grant assumes that you've already received a year of funding from CAH. So not everyone can jump straight into a general operating support grant funding.
But is it a given that if I apply for a project grant, I will get it?
No, it's all competitive, so nothing is a given.
So I don't want to lose my GOS grant, but I think what I'm hearing is that I don't lose it unless I get the other.
You'd have to make a decision on one or the other. The only thing the letter of intent to fund is useful for is if you decide I have enough money in my GOS grant funding, I don't need to go for the other project-based grants. But if you're industrious and entrepreneurial, you can apply to all the grants and then make a decision once you know about the awards.
Once I know about the awards.
Right, correct. You have that choice, but it's quite laborious.
So I think I'm concerned about the reductions that arts organizations got in their funding, and I think it was some of the larger organizations. And I do think it's important. I think it's important we're supporting all arts organizations, and I think it's important that the commission is doing a lot more to facilitate, encourage, develop, get capacity to smaller individuals and organizations. In fact, maybe I'll just digress for a moment there. Some of what was mentioned in the testimony, larger, more established grantees work with smaller organizations. I I really like that idea. The agency has a professional development series. I like that. Agency has capacity building grant programs. I think that's all to the good. And maybe I'll digress a little bit further and just make clear that, and you're free to disagree with me if I'm wrong, but I've tried to have a hands-off strategy in terms, or a hands-off approach in terms of how you go about equity and how you go about helping smaller organizations. I think all that's good. And disagree publicly, I need to be disagreed with here, but people are testifying that the council needs to do this and do that. And I really want to see the commission as an independent agency figuring out how do we help, how do we nurture these new and young and nascent and even old, but very small arts individuals and organizations. I want to leave it to you guys on that. But at the same time, it's important that what people who don't live here see with Washington, or people who are in the suburbs who come into Washington, they're interested in the large groups. And in a way, the large groups are like the marquee, on the marquee. And they also provide, in my view, the capacity for such things as, what was it that I asterished here? The large, Van Lee, it was in your testimony, the larger, more established grantees work with the smaller organizations.
If I may, I also speak about the smaller organizations.
You're on mute. If you unmute, Ms. Saraki-Brown, can you mute?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I also spoke about the smaller organizations providing that sort of mentoring to large organizations around accessibility, around equity, around diverse programming. So the good news is there's a back and forth that large can help small and small can help large as well. We want to encourage all of that in the things we do as well. One caveat I'll make to your earlier comment, while people outside of the district do come to the district to embrace and enjoy large organizations, they also come in to enjoy and embrace small organizations. The sort of fractional organizations, the fringe sort of organizations, there's an appetite for that as well. So we want to make sure that we are growing the entire ecosystem and not us sitting in determination of that which is most appealing to people outside of DC as well as in DC.
I agree. And the more robust our art scene is, I just think the more attractive and the more we make a name for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman Mendelson, if I may,
yes.
I think part of the, Reggie, we're going to mute. We're across this table. Thank you. Yes. So part of the, no, I'm still echoing. Thank you. The part of the thinking around this capacity building is to really, find a way to share resources, share knowledge, share the sort of the experiences large organizations would have and small organizations would have with each other through a collective impact initiative that really kind of creates a synergy of sharing capacity. Our hope is that the larger organizations may be infrastructure-wise better situated to respond to the administrative needs. So to give you a very concrete example, we are in the middle of creating a pilot project based on this direction from our commission chair and our commissioners to try this capacity building program this year, even in 22, with the funds that we have. So that, and so what we did was we created 4 or 5 topic areas around which organizations could pick for themselves which topic area to participate in: fundraising, marketing, board development, whatever it might be. And then we have them kind of coalesce into cohorts around those topic areas. And then the larger organizations may have better capacity to take on the administrative aspects of this, and so they would come on board both as participants and as admin, sort of the admin infrastructure for that cohort. So in all these different ways, we're trying to sort of build in grant programs as well as capacity building for different size organizations to be able to participate and get some funding awarded through that system as well. If this works out this year well, we will be launching this as its own sort of mentorship program for organizations in 23.
So I think all that sounds good. But, because I am kind of leading up to this, and that is, but I am disturbed at how much of a cut some of these large organizations got. The National Museum of Women in the Arts saw a 74% reduction in their support. Gala, I recently saw I guess the executive director at Gala, 55% cut. And she says it just hurts. And I'd like to see stability there. And with the increased funding in your budget, I mean, this is one way to look at it, and I'm not saying it's the only way to look at it, but with the increased funding, the increased taxes, the increase could go to providing stability or restoring some of what was cut, and nobody else is hurt by that. You know, I don't want to make anybody salivate, but the revenue estimates not only are 43 million this year, but 48 million in 2026. I mean, it's 43, then 44.8, then 46.4, then 48.2.
I think
revenue growth, and we have the ability to look at both restoring some of what was cut and ensuring some stability. And I will add, I like your thinking about possibly a 3-year. I'm not quite sure how that works, but that also provides some predictability, which is important. All right, you're both muted.
Yes.
Means I'm not getting any feedback.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we agree completely. And once again, the intention was never to punish any organization, but our challenge was with a finite budget in that year, how do we drive better equity? And what we tried to talk about in our testimony is if you look at the increase in funding from those NACAC organizations before NACAC existed, from that year in FY19 to FY22, there's still a significant increase in their funding. What we saw was a spike. What we saw was a spike in 20 and 21. And what we're trying to do is to find a way to smooth out the spike so as to deliver equity without unnecessarily harming organizations. There are some enhancements that we're able to do now, and some of the former NACAC organizations will get that enhancement money, which will smooth out the curve to some extent. And with the increase we're getting now, we have an opportunity to drive that as well. We want to drive it equitably. We don't want to drive it with a bias towards any organization, large or small. So I think we will get there. And the 1-year glitch is a challenge, and the 3-year funding will help with that tremendously. So we hear your concern, but we're trying to solve a multivariate problem all at once, both increased funding, adequate funding, but also equitable funding.
I hear you, and I'm not disagreeing, but I will add, because I made a note when Ms. Saraki-Brown commented about 2019 compared to 2022. We were earmarking furiously back in that 2019 and 2018 and 2017. And that was one of the reasons why we went to dedicated funding. We'll give you more money and get out of the earmarking business, because the earmarking business, which is not the point I'm making right now, was a bit arbitrary. Well, you know, you came in first, and so therefore I said, okay, I'll earmark 2 million for you, and Haran comes in tomorrow, it's too late. And this wasn't fair. But we were earmarking millions and millions of dollars, and that isn't reflected in your budget. And that's what was going on in 2019 and 2018. So I think I'll leave it there, but I do want to ask, Ms. Saraki-Brown, can you give me a list of the FY22 grants, the grants and also how do I want to put this? The grants as a percentage of the organization's operating budget.
Oh, program by program.
Yeah, I think I'm interested in the general operating support, those grants, but as a percent of the organization's budget.
Okay, we'll be able to provide that, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe
You're aware, Chairman Mendelson, at this time it is set legislatively at 54% of the grants budget, not the entire agency budget, but the grants portion of the budget. So
no, I mean the grantees operating budget.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So you give a grant of $10,000 to Mendelson Arts Group, and we have an operating budget of $1 million. So what I'm looking for is you gave me 10,000. My operating budget is $1 million and the percent.
Got it. Yes, we can pull that data.
And that would be for the GOS grants.
Okay. Did you want it for how many years?
Just for the current year, which means FY22.
Okay.
I'm looking to see if I have any other questions. Give me just a second.
Yes.
I think I have no further questions for you all.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you for your service on the commission. And Ms. Reprogramming, you're not on the commission. Thank you for your service. Thank you, each of you. And if you have any questions, please get in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
That's going to conclude this hearing. This has been a hearing of the Committee of the Whole on budgets for agencies under our purview. Our next hearing will be tomorrow, Wednesday, March 30th, where we will hear testimony beginning at 9 a.m. from agency directors for public education agencies, DCPS, OSSI, Deputy Mayor for Education, Public Charter School Board, State Board of Education. It'll only be the government witnesses because the public witnesses were yesterday. April 8th, we will have an overall hearing. Committee of the Whole will have an overall hearing on all of the budget measures the mayor introduced in the council. Anyone's interested in testifying, they need to go to the Committee of the Whole website to sign up. It is a process that you have to go through. The time is 5:08 in the afternoon.